right. Welcome. My name is Obindako. Thank you. Welcome. And Memenda. And as usual, Memenda be a Thai programs. And so join your program, that join it and welcome. Thank you very much. Religion, financial freedom, and African history. That's a topic today. Religion, financial freedom, and African history. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. Your bahasi besiade, your bahasi bedrindu normal, your bahasi beyed, your bia bekoyeni, my watoy, or braboimo, say I had before. Nti akwaba. So na wachia hoye nyagro cry hoye party na wachia akwaba ya branch ya suade ya baba wa suade wan suade a obedi dokokwa manfo be fawo. So thank you for being here. All right, so where are you watching from? Are you watching from Takoradi, Second D, Cape Coast? Where are you watching from? Kumasi, Nicaragua, everywhere that you want to watch from. Yes. Thank you. Fred, Asante, Doma, Alaji, Ishmael. Oha, and then me share that I made a topic whereby and Wesley College, Kumasi, okay, education. And I say we a teacher or I say we a student. And we a teacher and I say we a student or Wesley College. Like from La Paz, okay. I'm Pabing, and live from UK, Ayiba, somewhere Yidana, okay, in Nakambi, okay. Sola, all right. There will be heat today. Yes. There will be a lot of heat today. That's it. It doesn't have to be. You cool it. Finland. All right. Where are you watching from? Kuwait. Okay. Watching from Kumasi. That's right. And Wabaha. Yes. We see there's a lot of heat. All right. There will be a lot of heat. Thank you very much. Thank you. So my name is Kwabena Obindako. Midino Brofudini the Amanyabi. We make the same and Brofudin the same. So I'll show me Brofudini Yamambia come on farm to know so. So what I say. Kwaba. When Johnny a seminar be that's what Saturday friends say 30th of January. Yeah, online seminar. 30th of January. Yeah, online seminar 8 p.m. Ghana time. Topic in money laws, whichever. Sika home to ye, and I say, right, that Sika Hoa. So, when him Samrana, and into our ocean, so say, so when him Samrana and Kofo, Ebedada, and to do Gideon Quaco be fufu. Yawada, Thursday, Yawada. So certain radio personalities are influenced by youth negatively. They only teach. Okay, all right. Okay, so greetings watching from Saboba. So online seminar 30th of January, Thursday, 8 p.m. Ghana time. When join your online seminar, be joining me, and you have free no one and I'll take you. This one is a paid one. It's 200 Ghana cedis. We'll be to send you a message 0246631 join me. Knowledge is not free. And wherever they sell knowledge, one gets some. Because knowledge is what you need for freedom, what you need for growth, what you need for progress, what you need for excellence. Knowledge. Wherever that they sell knowledge, do everything that you can to get knowledge. Because with knowledge, everything that happens in your life is based on what you know. If you don't know it, it will be likely that you will never be able to achieve it. And that's why many people who shun on knowledge, many people who don't really see the importance of knowledge are the ones who are hoping to change their lives with superstition. So, omo penny the nimdia now here, and some what in the atoto no my abrabo. So, when yan in the enibia, and nuntina will be a casama now, dear children, until I won't do a wabrabonato sahano, and until I will see Casamano, what they are chachato. So, because you name the end form, it will be catcher will say, yes, you know, me tongue a friend is a. Me tongue a tadia coco, or shall the be out in a cigar or jetty. Minana, you saw no car was way on Crawe or moto, cocooni, and not just a low a friend say, spa, so cocooni. Calo, why so now the pesca, no the cigar so to chacha. You seek a seven of the to chacha because we need the form. Timidin the cup no bendaco. I don't know. All right, so welcome very much. Welcome. So today's one is a bit heavy, but we will see. Religion. If you are looking for topics that are very much controversial, politics is one. You get a lot of people's attention when you talk about politics and politicians. People love them, people hate them. And so when you talk about a particular politician, they will agree with you. That is politics for you. You know, so when you talk about people's political parties and political beliefs, ideologies, they will either hate you or love you. The next one, that if you want to write anything that many people will pay attention to, talk about religion, whether it's Islam, Christianity, main ones, you know, Islam or Christianity. But there's any party the or name the until the ba into come was and pay a branch and bonnet and so whom crown chow. All right. Yes. So there's a lot when you talk about religion. When you talk about religion, there will be heat. When you talk about religion, there will be people who pay attention. What I say, especially we Africans, we love it. And so that is one thing that you will hear. And to local radio stations, local TV. So maybe I could be a the religion and as a politics background to local pay attention. The next one, I think many people would pay attention to is sex. Sex, you know, everything that has to do with sex, marriage, things like that, romance. Those industries are heavy. They are very much intense. Those industries, a lot of people follow it. And so that's why the religious industry is a lot of money. The political industry is a lot of money. And the sex industry is also a lot of money. Okay, so these are areas that many people pay attention to. That's why entertainment, you know, they have sexualized entertainment, if you don't know. So even sports, the same thing. So OPBBTR, Sanomaway, and also we are aware. And at the same time, these things, religion, sex, politics, they also keep people in bondage. And so you cannot say that your heart is for the freedom of the people and stay away from religion, politics, and even sex. You can't stay away from that if you really love the people. Now, if you're really thinking of yourself and your preservation and your security and your comfort and your children and things like that, without masses, especially before you could have the normal normal and therefore say yes, then don't hope that there will be progress and development and freedom for a lot of our people. You know, there will not be if we are told to stay away from this. So my name is Kwabena Bendako. Today we are talking about religion, financial freedom, and African history. The thing about African history is that the more the more you see the behind the scenes behind religion, politics, and and finances. The more you study the history, the more we share history. No, say the part be no name history no. The history no more need take. The part be near fear, because history no name. Last week, you treaty. We went last week. Last week the be heavy. So who history ni pe, who actually. So what only history now when you fra. Anything to be tricky easily. Enti wo ha to bo ase emrante ne bi wo ha wo yebetimi obi di ne testimony beto wo nka ho hwe obi di asempa beto wo nka ho hwe ba wo de tire bibi fa religion ho na nani abre you be ka so waka na asem so na won ka na asem so ye kremoni so ye Christian obi wo kra mre bi me ka say abrante bi se wo to me book perspective no kan ye wo se me so be na me dwen se wo nye Christian o and you know se me nye Christianity what kind no odin say menyi nyame ni na se na menyi nyame di o na se menyi nyame ni o eno e fa ho ben woni mi won so asori awoko asori o mo hye kokko o mo na abobọ fom no woko but won no so osum nyame na me am say metim baby no de me dem sum nyame. It's amazing how various belief systems think that they believe in God. Ba ko so ko asori memenda o ni no mani bebre ni oni ezo ono no osum nyame ba ko so ko asori kwasiada obi kura so obo shire obi num shobolo ba ko so ono no sofo rani picture body dem wo mo nyina so mo ya Christopher but me kura kam bie bible ma go bi how team say we no nka Christo so no we no nka ya courtism ankasa but wono no so so yame ntene asembe ba but you cannot talk of freedom for the Africans without talking about this. And so we will share what we know so that you will know that what you call religion, it really is something of. So you have some belief, and if somebody does not believe in that belief, don't think that you're ahead of that person. Don't believe that. A lot of you have been tricked and put in bondage by your belief system. Your belief system will make you free or will make you a slave. Your belief system through religion can make you a slave or can make you a free person. That belief system can make you love people, and the same belief system can make you hate people. As a matter of fact, many people's lives have been in detour because of the belief system, the religion that they practice. Many people are suffering in this life because of the church, the religion that they were born into, or the religion that was introduced to them. Many people, they're in their 60th year, and yet they look back of their life and they have achieved nothing. And the main cause of it is the religious belief system that they have put them through life. So today, we are talking about financial freedom and African history and religion. So this is perspective, how to develop the mindset to start and build your business. We are on the course to bring healing, reparation, advancement, freedom to the African. That's the assignment that we have. It is no money in our no problem. But no. This is streamlined. It was your books and your materials in this is where they are, how to teach yourself money. This is streamlined, how to teach yourself money. How to teach yourself money. This is resilience. This is resilience. Resilience. Okay, so how to develop courage and strength as an entrepreneur. So this is unlimited opportunities. So all these books are not religious books. These are books that will bring the best in you. They are designed to bring the best in you if you want to be the best. And we can know that. And we know that because many hundreds and thousands of people read our materials and they tell you that, listen, now my mind is working, my minds are open, my eyes are open. I have confidence now. I believe that the future is not that much in stress because I can see now. I have self-confidence. So this is African advantage. And again, this is self-investment, financial intelligence. We have financial freedom as well. Financial freedom is here. We have reset. Piece of reset. And this one is real estate. And the books, you'll be brave or your computer. So we will be releasing them as the Spirit leads. That's what the religious would want to say. So welcome. My name is Kwabena Vidaku. Welcome. The entire me pick a topic way. The other time we call Max TV. And yeah, discussions of finance, or almost say the money, wealth, and power. Yeah, discussing we do very last limit. And a lady say what call baby. Or call baby no more because religion has impeded the growth of Africa, and or religion has made many Africans poor. No, be some question is so or no, will be making that assessment and that statement. And now make or be some against and I'm being home saying, I'm saying, I could be saying, oh, better na me dwen se nipa ro kan ye no nyame kra me kan yo nipa ro kan me dwen se no kre ye wi interview no hono mo no apeke interview ayi no be almost 1 hour no hono mpeke no mo de to ho na okobisa mba na wo se sika ye ma say sika ye ma na sorry dem na say nkrabo dem eno etimi ma nipa ye ya na am say onim sika honim de onim sika ho nyansa ho mra ya ye se ye besua bi onim bi na wodi sika ma sorry dem kekenti wodwen se obeye ya otuloto. And that's the fact. We kuyani. Na say was okudua bro and okudua banche. Na onim bro dua ho hwe. Onim banche ho hwe. And one say ye bro no ma ona na opete wasase ne so. Onim se esi do ho, onim se esi dua no systematically. Onim se the fertilizer go ho nso go ho, onim ho hwe, onim se esi twa bro no kra. Onim se esi sha bro, onim ho hwe. Wo de no one say the abane ma wo na opete ye. And I would GD said that be a little bit trouble anto bag and answer tratamiensa. As same way, so we seek a free more. You will automatically agree with me that yen the broma on us only my bro hunyansa won't mean broma in ye. And yet there are many of our people who are very much financially ignorant, hoping to change their finances by giving in churches. So you are just like the farmer. You are just like not even a farmer. You're just like the person that they have given seeds to, who has, broadcasted that seed on a land that is not even prepared. And he doesn't attend to those things. And yet again, that person hoping that they will harvest. Religion has made many people poor, Shadrach. That is emphatic. It's only African youth who are poor, who don't have much. As here, and nobody in the world is defending religion except the people who have been what that religion has hung on them. A lot of you young men and women who are super religious, the religion has to change you. See, because you are in a world where you are programmed in a specific way. Sorry, there was a brother very much confused. Or pevisa kwa America. Or sorry them tembia or me offer na neme kwa ye me offer was a kamera munyanze munu na mokikano. Mo amokwa sorry no mo amonko boni munyina mudi boni bako. Mo offer some kind no. And I'm so for we minti no onye chinye. You can no krano no. Was say mo amokwa sorry mo amonko sorry boni munyina mudi bako. It's the same thing. I'm saying well, fantastic. These people, the other people will not agree. So listen, we are talking of the freedom. And so it has made people poor. The only thing is that you are thinking of only your interests, and you yourself you're even poor. If you have taught people to supernaturally wait for their finances to change, you have made them poor. And we have to say it. We have to say it so that many people. So we will talk about religion. We'll talk about religion. We'll talk about financial freedom. We will talk about history. Growing up, because school do actually say so now history no kana musia. Kopem say me chance on some documents and express interest in African history. In African history, now I started saying musia and my dream will take automatically. And my dream will take clearly. I'm a teen on my big brass. And ever since that time, musia money be pray. As a matter of fact, African history, Bema 1 year te. Now I be my clear no. In 1957 assembly and 14th century Portuguese history and British assessment of Africa no. Because so him what baby almost say normal pie for the last 500 years. And it's all person normal here. You have to go deeper. You have to go beyond the Abrophonic catcher, Young West Africans, young Africans, generally Africans all over the world, black people, many of our people, the freedom will come because we go to study the history that they have not taught us. the history that they have not taught us. And the moment you study that history, a lot of things will be very much clear to you. Until started saying, I went very far, and there are so many things that I found. But as I teach it, many times I tell you to go and find a lot of these things yourself. Find them yourself. Go, you're a young man, and this will be with Samawo. Go to the internet, get books, read them. You will see the trend. You will see the trend as well. And so study. If you look at the life began on the continent of Africa. So what I say, life, Abrabono and I say we are saying Shisha and the first DNA Omuka say Yendi Pano, the continent is in the free buy. If you want to start to spread it, yeah. But Osha, yes, in the pan Casa Nipa, what to say, there are different forms of humans, the human, people or things that look like human beings, but the ones that look like me and you over the last 300 years, 300,000 years in the ISST. Scientifically, that's why we talk about religion. I'm going somewhere. And so for the first 275,000 years, the people who lived on the earth were dark. And then out of that, and before the Africans be started to more call into the other areas. Into China for Africans no be free. No more. These are scientific findings, not religious. These are scientific findings. So we said over the last 75,000 years, then it started to spread. But a lot of the civilizations that we see around now, many of it is just around, let's say, maybe 10,000, or some people even argue more than 10,000, but at least 10,000. Yes, we can understand a lot of the history that we see here. The oldest human achievement in terms of innovation and construction has been on the continent of Africa. All right. So, but tomorrow say no, maybe I won't take case. No more trying to no friend is Spain. So say this more trying to no. It be more. I can say at least any Ukraine be 10,000 years. Now, some no money Africans in the church here. Now, the trouble is that Samra now about from started or more person or more the world history. No more person or more bejatum, especially over the last 200 years. More person bejatum say before in BP. And so who be before the year or some of the question mark be bread. To whom no more strange explanation of it. And no now we are saying do something. But to more anchor some form can occur. And instead of once as a Brofoka history be a person de Koye and the Greek civilization, but the Greek civilization is just about 500 BC. Okay, we are saying that a lot of the things that you see, the pyramids and those things that you see on the continent of Africa, whether it's Sudan or the current day Egypt, a lot of them, they are just 4,000, 5,000, 2,500, 3,500 years before Christ. And yet, a lot of the philosophers that they hail, they just around Aristotle, Pythagoras, all those people that you hear their name, it's just around 500 BC. And anything I catch us go beyond what the Europeans have taught. And yes, I normally be how to say Africa and Kasade over the last 2,000 years, we have been under constant siege. Constant stage. We had the free Arabs who had the free Europeans who, and normally be bro market carbon. And it's a one shiny year whose Africans now achieve be bitter. Especially Brony crowd on the ultimate a boat, Eka say, Yan Casa de Yenipa, we look like human beings, but we are not. Our intelligence, Yan San will form. Almost Yan San day, our form. Almost Yan San will form. Now we are among the highest form of the apes. The more I'm questioning biology, no bones and Sanoman or Mukikano, my friend is a survivor of the fittest. That when is a Sanoman race chassis. Into a lot of the things that who is a Siano race, I did Pronina to throw a chassis. It is all your Bibinia brand here where Baba wa. That's all person Tinomasia because meaning say and call for be brave, person Tinoma Biasi. Because no money be Brian Tiasi and tea. And Ama will be cast and Kitu Bia near JT. Will be become behind your so because your information is the moment of any information will be to me who cray now be to whom contomposo. And I was sudie because school need your monchero. TV knows so money. Who could be asked people also even more America, some more history channels in the sound of money now. Maybe one was a Ghana high history channel. Here was sports channel, your entertainment, your why what is what only history channel. history, proper history. So, and these are things that shaping of what by any. So the most critical things, they have made us to understand that those things are not even important. But we have religious channels. Even, have you seen any finance channel? Actually, and crop for CCDA or a continent. But how many media houses don't we have? Radio stations, TV stations, where 90% of them, and yes, sports are not a religion, they're politics. And yet, if you go to any critical, any civilization, any group of people who are very much intentional about their development, you will see history channels, you will see finance, you will see business, and those things will be dominant. Because we'll be say before now, said or form until form the amoma the abema or form no, don't be timid and said being for form one person which I said when a crowd grow the issue. Commodie any jibia anything some who name yama. The cast answer much or more, ye drain so my drain form. So study that. Or just hit some few things but study them. So go and look at the oldest human orchestration anywhere in the world, and you see that the oldest ones are on the continent. And this continent, as you see it, apart from before and a lot of the achievement that you see, the Nile Valley civilization, go there, you will see it. And these are civilizations that have been old over ever since. Writing systems, science, technology, mathematics, physics, chemistry, that as we call them now, human development. Now before no names how no money. Where don't just come and debate. Go and learn it yourself, because I learn and I continue to study them. And if there is any subject that I love learning now, is history. Because the most greatest achievers in business, in industry, in innovation, in any area, even if you're an IT person, if your history is weak, you can't create very original things. And surprisingly, even the engineers, they don't teach them any history at all in Africa. To both engineer, any entrepreneur, any business person, any teacher, I will need Sanoma way no same different. And so the pharaohs, if you study the pharaohs, the Egyptian dynasties, both the first maybe how many? They say that the first 21st dynasties or so, you can go and study them. A lot of them were just the Africans, from family inheritance for a period to the next. A lot of them were Africans. Actually, because of a necessity. But the first, and so a lot of them who supervise a lot of this complex edifice on the continent, whether it's Egypt or Sudan, a lot of them were supervised by African leadership. And it's a what so more can be Egyptian in America for Hollywood near them in almost share that creativity into even more Egypt was a year. Name saying your home free, but say Uncle Fono Musisi Sano man in your more a bayan toka. Because we met Yaman Kofwati, as I said before, in the answer. And so the Kush Empire, go and search for it and read it. Ghana Empire. As a matter of fact, there's somebody that they call Augustine, St. Augustine, and some of them call him the father of Western civilization. The mother was a Nubian. Nubians are Africans. And he studied. Christopher, we will come to religion. Those who defended the Trinity doctrine were Africans. Athanasius, Origin, all those guys were Africans. Go and read about them. I'm not the one to come here and just give you the name if you have not heard it. Go and read about them. Make your own findings so that you will believe it. Make your own findings that you will believe it. Broni Bakwa, a friend said, Pope, Wama, a friend document to be Asento, Wama, a man, and a friend of Nicholas V in the 14th or the 15th century, 1450. Thereabout. One a signed document say Portuguese phone, or mobile, because I'm a Roman phone, so, Sa Pope, Coheriano, Upa Coherian, the African friends, Pope, so Modi, and the pets are Nicholas V. On a massa document and Sana said Omobe class Coco Vias Omoko fat go phobise slaves and almost started some train on my be brave. if you shim, because in some baby akoswa, so wuni mua, ye casima obe to try and play, and so much as a wooden shade. So what I say, Exosia, because ye who said Nipani Bebreno, so religion in Bemua, and no man be brought one tear. Now, the bachelors a won't and say, hey, we are no. Especially young Africans and as a Ghana for over senior political position in Albania. Now, your PSC come on the one yes, could be up to one sidaya. Now, and your government contract in Albania. You moved to one. See a total normal because you didn't kunima nasi abraba kosono. Sanim Diana nasi and Sema was see huno. In Yadiketwa and son of Betimashi Shama or Braba koso. I'm not here more post you are by me. When this way, I be a post when Yaka came my land cruise every man die. Contract be brought by man. To our own Wunis access needed, and how many of us can get that access? Tiamono Sansem woman will see a tear. The Yetimiania Yemo Akukudro. The Yetimiato to no my abo bratis at the say. And intimate chillway, no, yet chillway sabi obenya more kukudros, where young more kukudra. Pressure is so much as I won't mean yet. And into our purpose, and when your brain was what try or Ghana and anchor. And yet I said in Tienko because Nimdian put down a hat. Into push our bones and our horse and open, Okofo. Mujidian and Casacurani hope you. It didn't here because no one be brought her was what Tiasi answer. And to Tiasi be Benino, your main case will be a Tiasi said, oh no, you are African, you are not inferior. Tiasi are. A normal being and conformity captured the history and twisted them. What do I say? Tiasi, you are not foolish because you are an African. It's not true. The programming, our dear fame. And here for now, Uko baby, and Yanyo Mokasa penny edited to more. Uko school and Casa, the Dean crying famano, a channels at TOC dresser for floor. Now, worry some crano, the obedient Abisham, in my book, or bone crying different. And the currency in the cry is won't mean find your reserve. Before you see about a couple of us, so because BBSC. And this is one Suyanoma way out, Munye do that, and once I will Munye do Abrabono to me more. One of the most critical elements of success on this earth is self-confidence. And if you do not have self-confidence, you can't achieve much in life. And you cannot have self-confidence when your knowledge of your history is twisted. And you cannot replace that with religious quotations. You can't. You can't. And so the institutions that establish this control and enslavement of Africans, some institutions, they are still alive. And they are perpetuating the same lies. They ye and call for any baby. And it's one Tissan Mumubia. Would they also Ghana yet, local America? And then, Ninya course in free abroad for baby quiet videos and it be viral. Obi to me catch us a lesson. My bread, what which me America, my bread. The year you may make $100,000. But me who baby is Ghana for? Obi is what he was saying, my this is years, my qua sorry, sir, me the second 12 for about 4 years. I say me who baby am for. A branch of also was my school, or I have 7 years in yet you man yet. Depending on where brochre, you will her. So when your history not because when design the BSB on the fire and Tisenko. Never forget that. Into a penny now do anymore. So when say history, I want to mean you film consume. And the man chance a penny be barber system you were film. One also you film. And I'm saying that the key to that freedom is not from religion. As a matter of fact, religion is guilty of that. It's part of the system. And so for you to free yourself, you must learn that history. And it has to be that deep history that will restore your confidence and your memory, your confidence. You need to know that. If you don't know this, oh boy. And so it's not a joke. Borders on life and death is unthinkable. So we raise a whole generation, 100,000 of them every year from university, 300,000 of them from university. We are was one team in it's lack of self-confidence, lack of proper knowledge to live the life that they so desire. So my name is Kwabena Bendako, and we are talking about history and religion. For your information, I was born in a Christian family. I grew up with a pastor. I can't Bible several times. You go invest in your tone, your keyboard, buttons, I can see. Yeah, me tell me the cast, you know, sorry them that tea, cast. That's just sorry them that because we call school. The first you me call you, me pay me, I made the coach also. Student. What they say? The coach, so for religion. But the best form of religion is the expression of love. Religion na brofo no bedua ne ha no. Wo ma medua se be ya ye bedo nyame. Tie ne ye. Wo ma mfa ma se be ye bedo nyame ne akoya nim. The same scripture obroni be kire ne nkrofo a won pese obedi omo so no differently from the obekire bibini. The wunim ni se the wo kire ne nkrofo won ne krom ho no say America say Britain. The same Bible no obo so sofo me hu mre bi hu Bible bi na yatum ba bi sa na tuo hye ho Bible no mo the same sofo na wo kire bi before no wo kire mo nyame asem no wo pa kire so obi opese odi nkrofo so a wo bi Bible mo wo kire mo no o pa kire so obe kire ne Bible a betima ma na nya fa hodie no tell bi ko na tuo mi ho bi da na tuo hyenten into one mechewo no sa Bible no anase Christo so no even chromosome no de bre woni chromosome so di in chromosome Arabs before say Kosibro have in the 14th or 15th century no now from 8th century to date and chromosome as a matter of fact a lot of these big African empires one infiltrate here break those systems and sana abrofoba the teachings of Islam. Go me and woman me kire Ghana for mranti amo ha mote Arab fo no krom kire me so mo kire mo wodo a mo ye sure so mo dwen se mo nimu nyina ye nipa ba ko na mo ye pepepe mo ka kire me se mo nimu nyansa na nyame do mo bo hu se wo ye nakoa o dwen sa asesa ensai into religion no dear. I'm a Christian. Listen, I'm a Christian. I know history. I go to church, but not the one that is telling me say Obroni na bebu jemi. I will be the yes or God draw yes you European. That kind of Christianity I'm believing in. No, make us because sometimes if you know the history, you may think that you have to practice African traditional religion, which is okay. I don't have problem. It will be your comfort. Will be a Muslim, will be a Buddhist, will be a Christian, many problem will be the more problem is I would drink say and no. See almost a chichire no na chichire and call for again. No may found ho and a more challenge because we are dang nipa be PBB ageti. You can't tell people that in Nise when some yame were eho Sunny a catcher. Enti enye wo na wo no obi a wo ne aka che yourself for sika nyina bra na wo de ba wo benya fa ho de wo de akọ for how many years ni because obi ti say the Kosibro no betwa andro no the Kosibro intro wo betwa ni nyina eno na wo de tete nkofo o mu si na na mu enti bo se na ni wo no no institution no na wo bo ho ba nye nipa no fa ho de malam say asofo say en na dwen se o masore ma na wo so mu die na o mu tom. Catch me. Mu bi kura ho na mo tutu musika sem ya. Topics e be preach at mo anka na meja. Mu dodo se catch me. Ukwa sorry. Sika force na wa sorry o mo ba kire o se say ni na wo so ye na adidi. Do be catch me say me too tight na me ye. Which is a lie. It is said you are catching obisa koto fa bro na koto go baby be fifia ma watwa. Enye no correct. Financial success is not supernatural. It's systemic. It's a process. It's built on right financial knowledge. And so when the people are ignorant of this financial knowledge, they cannot prosper. And it is evident everywhere. that you see on our continent. Obebia opatwani. See any unity krumha, so tia brochire, or bomb pies in Yamebes and Sika Samamano, and Yejuma. Can't you see it? And yet you might be also pie bonnet to Mrs. Sound Sika Samo tone, sister. Brother Tierney, and to Mrs. Sound Sika. So we name dear Wusika Huno ya, Wubwa. Who was a Tonabiam and Kruma, young pastors, if your team catches a corner, and somehow can meet you. I could crack at them, say, Master Summit theology. I'm telling you. There are a lot of them almost share no more. If you want us to shut up, though, a lot of our people will not be free. And we cannot shut up when many of our people must be free. Yes, I'm telling you. Bebre send a message. Send me a sofa. The person didn't call for a bus seminar. Why? Because we've been a charity, and we are going to the root, not your church. Not your denomination. We don't care about your denomination. We are talking of the source document, the first principles. If the first principle is wrong, every other thing that comes from that is wrong. If the first fruit is wrong, every other thing that comes from that first fruit will be wrong. And the first thing is that they taught us that wait for God. God will supernaturally change your finances for you. God will bring you freedom. Uko Emina. Bronina was or mouth and you know what the chain go up I before no 9. No, yeah, sorry, was so. Shouldn't that tell you something? Shouldn't that? It should tell you something. Was it Sugunya mess about the chair go 9? Or the chair goes, I mean, Sugunya mess no may you will be a war catcher or say Sugunya mess no may you free when poaching be our dada. It's the knowledge that they give you that will bring you freedom. So if you continue to be in your ignorance, you will never see freedom. God was there. Why did slavery run for over 300 years? It is not the duty of God to free you. It is your duty to free yourself. So you can be poor so long as you are in financial ignorance. All right, so we don't care about religion. You can go to your Pentecost, your Assemblies of God, your Roman Catholic, your Methodist. I'm telling you that they are broken with you know. So what these teachings in so person will bring boss sana or sika sem say oboa. And sanda. Because so for na nka sana de kire no de wo kire no obi na kire no. And na de kire de kire no so obi na kire no. De ka kire se nkofo no mo be plant sa seed no. So you can be a PhD holder in a subject that you have no idea how you use it to get results. So it's not about your denomination. It's not about your Islam. Malam no the ochiro the sofo no the ochiro the alleged nature no will be no. Okay, so for instance, your face is a professor. He was not born with the faces that he's teaching. Somebody taught him that physics. But the original intent of the person who taught him is responsible for the results that you're getting today. And this year, religion. Listen, God is love. You cannot know God and be hateful. And this all things will be kura aka. What sorry I said. Now, both food no. You don't have God. Yes, or the was obi bo asuma dan haman. Obi amo wasum. O kana sem kwa wamo uti wamo wasori din. Ohun obofu afuo. E kire wakoma. E kire so wakoma no papa. Cause odo bi ani. De ono ankasa de ne kwa ebetwa so. Nkofo odi na tem kwa wani o matem. Wo timi kodi to bi odi she ba ye programmer. Nkofo bi so mo kwa asori bi. How? What are they teaching you in that church? The person has not mentioned your name. and yet you become. You know, it's the proof of you being hypnotized and brainwashed is when they hurt you, when they talk about you, you don't get angry. But when they talk about that object that is keeping you brainwashed, you become furious. Fight. Because that object is keeping you in bondage. What did I say? They have edited our mind. So my name is Kwabena Obedaku. Today we are talking about religion, financial freedom, and African history. Without your knowledge of your history, they will use religion to enslave you. You will never be proud of yourself. Who are brand to be our shekoto awia, kuta Bible, so preachy day. Yes, uba, yen sakra. Ghana hanipa brainum cigarette, yenye gay. And so almost heaven no crying gobi. And go be a gay and num cigarette, and num cocaine, kum nipa. Putin or so we call heaven. Yet him, kron, and so still go for heaven. Something is wrong somewhere. So, because one of the tools that they used was fear. So the gospel came through fear and intimidation. You will not go to heaven. You are a sinner. Every day, constantly tell them that so that you break their confidence in themselves. So how many of our preachers have been able to see that? So no matter what, sorry, I won't have confidence in alcohol. Because they use fear. It was a weapon. And it's still a weapon. The Africans are afraid of witches, accident, not going to heaven. They are afraid of poverty. Their family, something. They are afraid of being refused a visa. They are afraid of failing in life. Business failure, divorce. Africans are afraid of almost everything. Why? It is the teaching. It is the programming. Oh, rapture creba. Rapture ba boni ben yedi. The world is coming to an end when people are going to space. And the same person will tell you the world is ending. We'll see a story now. Still, what you're offering, what you're tight. If the world is ending, why are you collecting all this money? Why are you not letting us enjoy it? There's confusion. The same person will say one more call where we are saying, have a sorry account to millions de gum. This is what Jesus we are saying, I don't know keep scam. I bring here for baby. I don't know check. Because somebody taught them. And they're also teaching the same wrong things. And the reason we will see that they are still teaching the wrong thing is the results that we see around us. The results. So you will not have financial freedom until your history is right. Until your financial knowledge is right. Religion. So it's a human creation to control people through fear. And if you want to practice any faith, you don't have to join any organization to practice it. Because there are people who don't go to church in this world who still say that they are Christians. And they don't go to any church. So you going to church does not make you a Christian. It is your practice of the teachings of Christ. That practice is what makes you a Christian. So if you're a hypocrite, you lie, you cheat, it does not matter your prayer. It is your character. It is your character. Subai. And the church say, as similar to someone else says, "Oh no, my mate, my so then there was no mammy before." We a prayer warrior. Oh, you are deceived. Pastor now we share na tell you wash and come out was a prophet, you know. I can tell you a lot of the things that they are prophesying about. It's not from God. It's occultism that they are practicing. A lot of them have something that they look at. And I'm sharing a Ghana football way. And I win a winning election way and Finyame. It has nothing to do with Christianity. It's a business. If you don't know, many people have no profile until they pick Bible and call themselves something. They pick Bible, started to collect money from people, and now they're prominent. And I will do GD in our question. And over the last 10 years of your life, I say, because you name Diana was all the Bobrano, a bini hot. But we university, a brand here, we university and I could actually, and I preach you, your bravo. School fees ground him into ya, rent ground him into ya. Be say, because in some way catch it on. In Yajuma. And the woman himself made my catch it in Nipa, woman him hay. And woman ya way say your crofon be blaming hay. There are things that if you don't know in this life, you will not progress in life. Unless you're a crook. And supposedly, superficially, they will think that you are successful, but you're not. Because you can test their wisdom, their intellectual capacity. You can test it. And you can say, "Go school, university, all courses here, baby. I sorry them all. I sorry the end university. Until now, about 1 year, you know. Also, go invest in a classroom, evangelism. Who preach it will be out. Of course, no quality of invest on here. Two bar out runs a wide on Timina Hay. A branch about where maybe a house was a mechanical engineer or a software or a yetching your hand and dance there. Modia and some I can hang out about Kukran where in your attention. Religion in your attention. There's also engineering. I would be suffer. And there will be to be dissolved. La. It be beginning there, so I'm free. So long as the religion takes you from your Africanness, from your African culture, that religion will enslave you. It's a practice of faith. It's not a practice of culture. So, into Moba, almost won't mean front to maybe within the practice as a son. It's just all what time be now you tea. In your religion being is domination. They are hypnotizing you. They are taking control for your mind. And those people are very good with mind edition, mind brain engineering. To the oboe say, we are now hope fine. Or co join is sorry na. I think the BBS is forgotten who he is. Is any man when you know? Sorry, I want to be about time about see to a cabro or evangelism. He's forgotten who he is. And yet he's struggling financially every day. So, and so long as the youth of Africa, their minds are captured by religion, Africa will not develop. Because these religions that we have, they don't care about Africa's development. They care about sending people to heaven if there is. Because the Tembia a year I say Abuhuni a bohu, Jewon Quaji a Dache, Jewon Quaji a Dache, we are sweaty a mayor, in here or ha, the better because in the to my video her. On your here or Praco heaven. If we are see a dear, we are seeing answer, if we are seeing young, and some said, Ente as a big grave. Into over Jane home for Sansemo quadrin. And yes, our bra bono, a delay. Some of you, even the people that you married, were chosen for you. Nipano kwa warrior no. Would the GDN on the warrior no. Not their enlightenment, not their work ethics, their character, their know-how. It's because one in the sorry. One in the warrior in fear bunini. One so abra bodon go away. was the only factor was because only the password. So Branton a castle warren no. I can be any trip on Cobebia on Pesoko Hay, one any question sorry them TS warren. We need plan B we are say. To one the war 9 noon. But one on Cobebia is why confused with the bay 50. We'll call retirement, but who may be our Brabonoko. It's because of the religion, the church that you went to, their teachings. That's why you made that choice. And if it's true that God will judge you, he will judge only you. He will not group them and judge you. And so you must choose for yourself. And you can't choose right when you are not informed. You can't choose right when you are not informed. So you believe in God if you want, no problem. But practice your faith well. Be honest, be truthful, be kind, be diligent, be studious, and never transform our bravo. It's not because we are sorry them. It's not because the powder goes so with the sticker ball car hunting. No. It's not because we're tie. No. If you make mistakes on this earth, especially long life, it's not in prayer. It's in your choices. The same with your finances. If where does much of your money, where does it go? If it's in offering and tithe, you struggle. Where does much of your time go? Much of your time, where does it go? You see. Wherever that you're spending much of your time is where you're going to reap. So if you don't spend your time well, look at your finances. They reflect where you have spent your time. And where does much of your money go? Where do you get a lot of knowledge? That's where your life is going. Which means that you see, as if you're not happy with your life, question, where do you spend your time? Where you spend your money? And where you consume knowledge? Those things are responsible for wherever your life is. It's as simple as that. So my name is Kwabena Bendako. So, ready. Don't look down upon your language. Don't look down upon your heritage. Don't look down upon you as an African. The financial knowledge is built over time, and that is what will change your financial life. Don't wait for supernatural power to change your financial life. It's a system that you must build. We are seeing in a winning. One thing that they didn't think they made sure that the Africans will know is system education. Everything that you see on this set is built out of a system. And your proper education is built on a system. So if you are not aware of any financial system, your personal financial system, you have no idea, your finances won't change. As a matter of fact, the country is not going to grow anywhere and develop by us if we have no system to develop the country. It won't. We can hope. We can pray. Nothing will happen. Every growth, every production, every progress, every prosperity you see is coming out of a system. So if the people have no understanding of the system, nothing will happen. So my name is Kwabena Bendako. On 30th, we are organizing an online seminar, Money Laws. Tuma be a Kiabi Nebrebi. Kiabi Nebrebi. A pastor called me the other time. He said, now my finances have improved. My worry is what's up. Also, I saw one baby from me. Mr. Also, for from me, saying, come me, dear, me, yes, awful. I was a baby. Me, from my candy, my tea. Was my follow the old kind of 1 year. This week, my test and somebody baby was my follow for 1 year. The man who I make catch on. I'm saying, what we teach is the truth. Because we tell you to do it yourself. Yeah. No, I coach it. Be and see dynamo. So when see dynamo, but that one thing. You may can't trust in your maybe see dynamo, you mean see dynamo. Wonder was a see. You man, wonder was all ye. In your minus way. What do you say? A proper one was all bo. Man, one was all to mine, yenny, I was here. The company is in Koya and your demon. And you will name the end of form, or whom farmer will form. And into I didn't koye. Ye free trim. Say, Bibi will be in baby now, so be doing no brabo koye. Ye free me, no cray. It's a creation. Knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave. They cannot overcome you if you're equipped with the right knowledge. They will only overcome you when you have no knowledge. Or they make you doubt the knowledge that you have. Because the way carnal knowledge, carnal knowledge will make you a sinner. This knowledge will make you a good person. So it's not carnal. It means you madam for be once and what came, didn't you? Because or you say me carnal sorry I said. You may be a brand be. Me create be on Facebook, I chempo. No boss here. Why are you saying this? We're in the same church with you. I'm saying abone be na maka. Mabodi. Ngai. Ohano o delete me from na yiso. Na say be me share na o be share me den am say dey asema. People are addicted to their religion. So they are in bondage. Do not be addicted to religion. Be addicted to the truth. And the truth will make you a better person. Will make you patient. Will make you kind. Will make you truthful, honest. The truth will make you live long. You will not assume. There's no assumption with the truth. Prosperity is not a miracle. So if somebody is telling you miracle money is lying, you can't become rich with miracle money. It's a lie. Mobwa. And follow with my you said here. But if you don't have a financial system in place, it doesn't matter how much you give to church. You will still struggle. Because you are responsible for your financial success, not your giving. And who even told you that giving is only money? The seed is no money. What we are doing here, we are giving. For God so loved the world that he gave. Was it money? He gave his son. What is it that you have that you can give to change lives? That's the real meaning of giving. And that's where your transformation will come from. And they are never full. They're always taken from the man is in a kiosk. You're still telling them to bring money every day. When are they going to change their finances? The woman is selling on the head. And you have to told them, if you don't bring your tithe, God will not bless you. But they have sold for how many months? I mean, they have given all their lives. They still sell on their head. When is the blessing going to come? It's a lie. It's a lie. And it's about money. That's why when you talk about money, they get angry. But it's half truth that they have sold our people. They have sold our people lies. That's why you're looking for visa to go to Canada. Because now God is no more in Ghana. You are saying you believe in God. Why are you so addicted in traveling? You're addicted to traveling. No matter what, you want to travel. And you are the same person who believes that there is God who can do everything. It's not a lie that you have believed. If God is everywhere and he can do everything, what makes you think that you cannot be successful in this country? Because what you know is not the truth. So my name is Kwabena Bindako. We have an assignment. We have an assignment. The Africans must wake up. The Africans must wake up. Wake up. Wake up from your sleep. Yes, Uncle for anybody is watching me. And I mean, until the link in at all. So what I say? Habib Gaza. Professor.
Good evening.
Yes, sir, my brother.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening to everybody.
Yes, sir.
On this platform.
Yeah.
My regards, Madam.
Yes, sir.
I can hear her voice in the background.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Hey. There is problem.
Big one.
There is problem. As for today, the fire was too much. I am not coming to quench the fire. I am coming to add more fire.
That's right.
Yes, I enjoyed the beginning. In fact, today I was reading Reset, and I think you spoke a lot of things that I've read in Reset.
Yeah.
In fact, when I started reading some of your books and the fact that you kept on stressing that we should have knowledge about ourselves, our culture, I have since been looking for my great-grandfather.
That's right.
And it is a tug of war.
That's right.
But the people I'm looking for this knowledge from have all the religious knowledge you can talk about.
But the one about you, they don't have it.
They cannot tell me about my great-grandfather and the history around him, what he did, where he lived, where he came from. Nobody can tell me that, so I'm still looking for him.
Whoa.
Mr. Bendako, thank you very much.
Thank you, brother.
Yes. You see, all our problems began with indoctrination of some of these religions that were introduced to us. Today, some of us even think that these religions even started from here and they are our bona fide properties. And because of this ignorance, like you said, anytime you say something that is not so palatable about somebody's religion, the person comes attacking you.
Yes.
And you know the funny thing, that person who is attacking you, the last time I was saying something, one guy from Nima, Allah na Marika. So I asked him, have you finished reading the Quran? He said no. I said, to me, the one talking to you, I have finished reading it. And I know what I'm talking about. You, the one who hasn't finished reading it, you are making noise.
Yeah.
empty parrot. You don't know anything and you are making noise. So those people who make much of the noise are the ignorant people.
That's right.
So you see, when you look at even the history behind some of the things that we practice and some of the things that we worship,
Yeah.
and you compare it to the ways of our forefathers, you will be forced to think that the ways of our forefathers is even better.
Yeah.
Somebody stood in a particular way to worship or to pray. Today, you are telling me to also stand the same way. Somebody dressed in a certain specific way. You expect me to also repeat that same thing today.
Yes.
Nothing changes. It's so rigid. And so the rigidity is also seen in the inability of the people to be flexible in thinking.
That's right.
So they cannot also change the way they are thinking. It's so difficult. It's like the mind is in bondage. I'll give you a little history about an image circulating purported to be a certain white Jesus. And this image that has become so popular, if you research about it, you come across a gentleman known as Caesar Borgia.
Mm-hmm.
And Caesar Borgia is the illegitimate son of Pope Alexander VI.
Mm-hmm.
Pope Alexander VI is also known as Rodrigo Borgia.
Mm-hmm.
The people listening to us can go and check this fact. So the story is long, but they were looking for a picture to represent a certain Messiah. And then Pope Alexander VI hired the services of two artists, Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo.
Mm-hmm.
So one of them, Leonardo da Vinci, drew the picture of this illegitimate son of Pope Alexander VI. And this image has gotten the attention of millions of people, and you go to everybody's home and this image is there. And people revere it so much. But without even knowing that that thing they are worshiping is not the picture of the person they say they are worshiping. Isn't this sad? God has no religion. The God I know is a neutral force. He does not belong to any religion. And like you rightly said, religion is purely man-made. We created it. In fact, some people actually created it to be used as a tool for control. And I think they have succeeded. Because if you look at some of us, we are still in bondage. And it is so difficult to come out of that kind of bondage. And one of the things they use, you rightly stated it, is fear. Every religion thrives on fear. And nobody wants to on fire to burn him. Every religion thrives on fear. It has to subjugate you. It has to reduce your level of confidence, to reduce you to nothing, to see yourself as nothing. So they can now tell you whatever they want to tell you. One thing they also want you to do is that they want you to be repeatedly born again. Because at every given point that you are born again, you are a child. Whatever that doesn't make sense, you will be told and you will accept it. So it is so complex and so difficult to come out of it. So sometimes some of our brothers who are attacking us and arguing with us, let's try to bear with them. Maybe with time, they will also come up and come and see what we are talking about. God has no religion. God never created any religion. We ourselves, it is man-made. That is what it is. Now, religion versus the knowledge of our culture. Religion versus the knowledge of our culture. Just like I was just telling you. If you ask some of us here, the festival in your village, what date do they celebrate it? Only but the day for Christmas.
Sure.
He knows the day for Easter. He knows the days of all the religious activities happening in Italy. But Ghana's Independence Day, he will forget about it. This is serious. Just like I was saying, I have been looking for my grandfather, my great-grandfather for that matter. Even my grandfather, the story is some nobody is telling me. The stories are not adding up. We know everything except about ourselves. Today I read it in research. Unnecessary things for that one we know.
Yes.
Something about our own self. You gave a scenario of a man who was asked about his family, his extended family, and he couldn't tell. But he was bold enough, oh, everything about my religion, I can say that one.
That's right.
But his extended family, he didn't have any knowledge about it. That is serious. Now, this issue of heaven is what has eluded most of our people. Somebody defined religion as the opium of the masses. An opium or an opiate is like a sedative, which when you take, it makes you feel drowsy or makes you feel sleepy. So that is what makes most of our religious brothers and sisters unconscious. They are so immune to certain things. Even things that are happening immediately around them, they are so immune to it. Because, oh no, now you need how. His mind is not here. Whatever that is happening here, he is immune. Like he has a thick skin. And funny, because at the end of the day, he has been promised whatever food he will get it over there. And in some religions, you are even promised women.
Yes.
I don't know whether your spirit will go and be having sexual intercourse. I don't understand that concept. So this issue of heaven, you told that, for example, you told that to my great-grandfather.
Yes.
You told that to my grandfather. He lived, waited all his life and died. Nobody came. You told that to my father. And you think I should be the fourth generational fool? I cannot be the fourth generational fool. I can't wait all my life waiting for somebody to come. I should rather try to make the best out of my life. And when my time comes, I am gone. From the look of things, I don't think anybody is coming anywhere. Because since they told us that somebody was coming, if he was even crawling, by now, Anka Wadru. It's such a long time. So they have played with us for a very long time. A very long time. This concept of heaven and hell, if you read the old scriptures, you don't find it there. It's the inventions of some of these New Testaments. You don't find it in the old scriptures. So these are new things that they have introduced to make somebody feel comfortable. Oh, maybe I'll hakra later, I'll go and enjoy. So you are comfortable with your current state, so you don't make any strife, because they have told you that blessed are the poor. And so you have been conditioned to think that when you suffer here, you will go and enjoy in the hereafter. What kind of mathematics is this one? For me, I don't get it. I don't get it. The last thing I'll talk about is religion and institutionalization. when you institutionalize a God, seriously, there is a problem somewhere, because God cannot be institutionalized. That is why we have uncountable denominations. That is why we have uncountable denominations. There are people who don't go to church. Like you said, you don't have to go to church to say that you are a Christian. It is how you behave, how you conduct yourself, how you relate with people. That is what, for me, if and being that you belong to a certain religion, it should not be by virtue of the fact that you belong to a certain group. That is why today sin is so beautiful. Doing bad things is so beautiful, because you have been told that somebody has died for your sins. And for that matter, once you die, you are going straight to heaven. Of course, who doesn't like free things? Let me sin. At the end of the day, I'll ask for forgiveness. Or, oh, somebody has died for it. So what is the point? So these concepts are part of the reasons why, even though we have so many churches and mosques, today, if you leave your car outside by mistake or your motorbike by mistake, somebody will pick it. So these concepts have not helped us. Our forefathers didn't believe in some of these concepts, because you tell the person that when you pick this thing, and so sinning or doing something bad was not, you are not even encouraged. You yourself, you won't be encouraged to do it. But on the other hand, we have foreign religions who came and told us that somebody has died for us. Or once you believe in so and so person, you will be saved. And so tell me why we won't do all the bad things and still expect to be saved some way, somehow, because we belong to it. Finally, religion and peace. If there is one thing that has caused chaos in this life more than any other thing, is the introduction of religion. Even look at the time these religions were being introduced, the number of people who had to die, so these religions will come to stay. That one alone is not easy. And as if that is not enough, look at the religious conflicts around the world that we are experiencing today. Look at Israel and Palestine. I always use that one as an example. Historically, we know that the Israelites came there as refugees. But if you read the two main religious books, they will tell you that the land is for the Israelites. So tell me why the Israelites should not fight for the land that God has given them. In any case, how can God give you a land that people were already living there? Who created those people? And then you get some people, oh, I stand with Palestine. But the religious book we are following says that the land is not for the Palestinians, it's for the Israelites. So where do you stand? So, ladies and gentlemen,
thank you, Rabbi.
For this, we have to tone down. Seriously, we have to tone down. So for me, if you are so religious, it's a red flag for me. Right. It's better to be spiritual and to be religious. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's Habib there. All right, Dennis, talk.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, family.
Good evening, sir.
In fact, I've lost a lot of money because of our software. And I'm not going to give money because I also a software. You see, as Mr. Obin has been teaching us, this is a deliberate programming that they've hatched just to be able to subjugate us. The kind of Christianity they established Bible schools to train our so-called pastors, asofo, and bishops and all that. That is not what Christ preached. It is quite different. Jesus said that love your neighbor as yourself. When the Good Samaritan, the story of the Good Samaritan, the pastor was going to church. He was going to give offering. He saw the man bleeding to death and he passed by. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, what is Christianity about what that pastor did? Which of them was a Christian? We don't have to allow these people. I think it is a business. It is a business. They need capital. Yeah, presi ebenya dwetre no. Omo dwetre no say yemfa offering mra. No mo fa nye dwetre, no mo fa nye business. Their power does not come from the Holy Spirit. It comes from money. Their power comes from the money they have received from us, the offerings and the tithes. Into omo nya saa dwetre no easy. Some of us, we have to run in the snow and try to get some dwetre to come and establish something. Osofo no de ono no dwetre no Sunday bia onya offering. Into waboa dwetre na no easy. We don't have to allow ourselves to be used by these people. The last time I said they are Pharisees, they are politicians. That is how they think. Say about National Cathedral, no say you see how they all they all gathered together, try to support and all that. I say Yakofa Bobabi free Israel about Israel asasi we asasi holy free. Look at the genocide they are doing. They are killing children and bombing and all that. Asasi we what is holy about that land? Yakofa Boba free Israel about say they be see a sorry. Meanwhile, no sorry Diana yesi no. Which God? Nyankopon David Crow amanensi Diana no. Eh? He says he does not dwell in a house built with human hands. Eya brabona ye bono any here. If you don't steal, it is Christianity. I saw politicians here sika oma ba sorry. Oma be you offering pafu. So phone can't say manim your sika. They will not preach that sermon. We know them. They go during the elections. They went to churches to do campaign. Which pastor was able to tell them that stop stealing? Because when you take the nation's money, you are denying the child in the village access to good health. You are denying people their daily bread. You are wicked. But these people don't care about that. Their God is their belly. Their stomach direction pastors.
Have you ever gone to Bible school before?
Yes. They don't work. They don't work for.
No. Dennis, I'm asking you a question. How come Bible school that?
No. I've not been to Bible school before. But
Wow.
when you can read, there is a saying that if you want to hide anything from the black man, hide it in a book. But when you can read, you realize that some of the things they say, it doesn't correspond to what even is written. All their interpretation is flawed. They are there to make money. They are there to make money. So please, let us not allow them to deceive us. Jesus came, his disciples, they all followed him, and they were poor. You know why? Because he did not come to teach, he did not come for physical gain. It is a physical no, yebebo brano a money principles here you and a bebo and physical. Osi yem kontati anchen yensua na kwan ni ehunu nyanza. Why did he say that? Ntatia onim nyanza. He stores, he works, he stores, he builds his niche so that in the time of difficulty he can live. That is the same principle Mr. Obeng is teaching us. It is also for me to say weja. Now when we say he's just an empty-headed person. They don't care about you. It is all about their survival. Me say so for no opa yenye ebi mu kra be strike say o market you so. I tell you. They will not teach, they themselves, they don't want to work. Paul was a preacher, but he was working. He used to make tents. He never asked offering from people. Monfa camera, monfa tight when you are tight some Jimny. It's all a lie. It is because they need money. So please, Nkofo we know Omo say programming what they wanted to do to Africa, to us, so that they will continue to subjugate us. The last time I was in the train going to work, and I met, there were these kids in school. They came to sit. I think their teacher was taking them somewhere, and two came to sit in front of me, facing me, and the teacher sat beside me. And this young boy, who was about maybe 5 to 7 or 9 years, he was smiling. So I thought, hey, the guy is friendly. I was also smiling. And the first question this boy asked me, are you stupid? That is wow. the first thing this young white boy said to me. And the teacher told him not to say that. Immediately, what came to my mind was that these people, this is how they are portraying us to their children.
Yeah.
This is how they are training them to see.
Yeah. They teach this to them.
They will not stop. It is an agenda they have designed to keep us enslaved. So, beloved, please let us hold on to this truth. Forget about Ghana is overly religious, but Bonnie Kosu sorry de into what is the essence of sorry no? The church has no value. If you want to be a Christian, please, it is about living the life that Jesus said we should live. That is it. You don't need to be in the church building to be a Christian. Because the Good Samaritan, not on sorry them. It's very important when it comes to principles to make money. And yet, I sorry them as it is what Mr. Obeng is teaching us. We have to mass up around him and fight for him. Because Ghana for almost that year, but we have to stand with him because the ultra means it's like electricity. And in into me to have you. The conqueror no chrome have you. The conqueror no chrome have you. So please, I saw for one day. We di ombeju sikedi. Ombeju sikedi. Omun can be answer. It's all a lie. So and say oh my It has always been the case. Nothing has changed. Jesus buy and he was feeding people, but as of was do say any feed you be. Omo wo de no kakra no no saje. Mr. Oben, Nyamisha for ye bedi wechi near tea na ye befanso. And this then is going to be a generational transformation, because we will pass it on to our children, and they will also learn and then pass it on. A generation will come out whereby most of them will be free in their minds, and therefore the white man can never have that dominion over us again.
Wow.
I rest my case. Please, I've already registered for the conference, so I'm waiting for further instructions.
Thank you. Once you register, alert us on WhatsApp so that yes. Okay. Once you register, just send message that you have registered. All right. You need that because send a link through the WhatsApp. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Great submission. Great submission. Yeah. Great submission. And now Hana be kwama sorry free her. They do say you can't send for Franwaba. Which book teaches finance more than the Bible? So why are the Christians poor? Why are they poor? We are talking of something serious, and you come here and defend which book? If the Bible is teaching finance, why many Christians are poor? We are talking of the cause, the source. The same Bible in your hand can be interpreted differently. The results are there, and our people will still be arguing. Don't be selfish. Cast your mind. Look at the destruction that is going on. Don't just look at you and your car and your children. Look around. People are buying orange, apple for financial breakthrough. Can't you see it? Some people are even buying bottles with the blood of Jesus in it. Powder. To defend you. How can you be that dishonest? No. Freddy Gaza.
Good evening, Michiao. Michiao Marisu. Their background noise, it always cracks me up. Really, I am people forget this. People forget freedom of speech. Ghana, I think people don't, and the freedom of speech. The fact say freedom of speech. We have a case, you might not agree with it, but they have the right to say things. Because it's enshrined in our constitution. Say we have freedom of speech. Also have a cast many of the Indian team near Mugu, boy, a black person. India,
boys, you could have a something. What do you mean?
Relentless. Relentless. One say, no, can't but over can be against what they are saying, and no many break. So just here. It blows my mind. All the same, before we continue, about Egypt near there's a school be Egyptians no before. You're more papyri, almost friend who never first papyri. Mr. Being a society, it may build the pyramids. It may move now. It changes the Nile of the course of the Nile close to the pyramid. Said you meet me a move a born a build the Egypt may open a couple of times. And some bag and a main boy. Papyri the show any car say, and I quote, we came from the beginning of the Nile, where God happy dwells at the foothills of the mountain of the moon. Mountain of the moon, Kilimanjaro, that's what it means.
Wow.
So into Obia Oma build the pyramids now the say we came from Kilimanjaro and also they be almost purchased now in free on ICO yet. So just say And also, people also forget, say, there are more pyramids in Sudan than Egypt.
And in Egypt, yeah.
But because Sudan is more Afro, more into Africa, almost entire highlight here. It is always the Arabians are caught now, and no highlighting Arabians for Egypt for around 11, 12, 10th, 11th century. No more. So it is here. One thing is what we continue from there. What we forget is the African religion, you know, na yet pervasive say. Na enkankofo enhye dem enka se we bia mombo mum frɛ munsufrɛ nyankopɔn yɛhyia yɛhwɛ de yɛayɛ no na bia ya das ne akɔtoa de yɛyɛ no in the physical world. So it is not hwɛ ya fahye bebre na ɛyɛ aseda fahye bia odwira yɛdwira yɛ ho de yɛayɛ for the year ne bia bɔne bia yɛayɛ ne ya cleanse ne akɔtoa yɛ dwuma so. Ɛna sɛ wokɔ bebi a mefi no and 90 dia chekaka okwa 90 baby di 210 years okoko individual homes they have as a small shrine but na individual okwa fie bie mo bia woni dia anopa mama shrine eduane makwa koye edwuma no omaba. But Abrahamic religions means religions based from Abraham, which we study history now. Judaism Abraham mune fi by Christianity Abraham mune by and Islam Abraham mune fi by. So I say omuni ya brofu. The only difference is Bakusum Islam Bakusum follow the teachings of Muhammad, Baku follow the teachings of your friend saying Christian Christ, Jesus Christ, and Bakusum follow say Abraham Moses no mumra ne so ne ade omuna ya brofu. Omuna ebeka nipa boom, but the omuche wo mukrum no totally different from there. Omode eba ye kruma had any more of subjugation to make us meek. Now or the kind or the idea or the amount of blessed that they meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Or no meow. So it is say, but you promote your soul. Capitalist will be a weaker corner called that potential so next genuine ma fabric count. To he who much is given, much is given. It's not where is Cafona, the mum scam on, and Cafimwa, and between Sikeni who scan you who scan, Kawanya man is come on. But if you want this global economic structure, you will scan your money more money. So it is say. That's where we are. Ufemwa, even cultures to say Indonesia. I think Indonesia is the largest Islamic country. I might be wrong. But if you how I almost now to compare how I uba hano Islamic is Mr. Bimkuisa. So it is say because if you want money more progressive, very industrious, Baba Hanuma exactly. So it is say
so it's the same word, but the content is different.
Different and normal interpreting it different.
Yes,
and then a lot.
I mean, that was a design. Do you really believe that slaves now the people they colonized, they were teaching them something to make them strong?
Because almost what it actually entailed and chesa.
That's right.
Bible and all this down for or the as a small revolution and running for
yeah.
So it is here. And even Asian economic powerhouses, say Japan, China, South Korea, and also practice some indigenous religion. So it is say even if they have China, they also secular almost that and believe in that. But if Japan, more Shintoist. Buddhist kakra and common not but we say they believe in the physical world and to do whatever you can to make the world a better place. Mr. Bempacho may kind and one more thing they say people forget you can be religious, but finance it has its own principles. we religious now practice finance principles, you will see money. Somebody can be non-religious, say you're 8 years old, also practice finance principles now. They will all see money. So what I say, and it's proven some of these wealthy people all around the world. They be crying that I mean this how, but they are saying because the boss about one age man. Only the occasion say Fred, I don't play with that nonsense. But he sees money every day. So much money. They be religious either religious either say the religious memodin because religious say it will be some say so this religious say what is the purpose mom. When you are you should feel comfortable to go to the same place now. Yeah, no contributing to go and for help.
They will not
almost fair enough. Now, definitely they have some people there the means to support. Almost comfortable. Then what's the purpose of if you when you need help, you can go to them. So what is the purpose of it? Me say meet me from also Charlie with the say this okay for support you. So you have to be comfortable.
No. Fred, it doesn't happen like that. Opa will be our happy or sorry, we hear one. Opa man can experience. It's different.
Mr. Basically, mentioned that could be intimidating the course.
No. It's different. They will tell you we can't help you. This is the little we can do. There are so many people. They won't. They don't do that.
And so it's just a one-way street. They just collect and then it stays. It doesn't flow.
It's the introduction. That's the system that they left them. Collect. One of the obvious things that you see when you move out of Ghana to a lot of white churches is that you see that the white churches help their poor. But the African churches, the system that was introduced here, is not from the poor.
And me be some that question. No me any proper answer. So what is the purpose then? Say if you go there and I say support and Mr. Bean, people always underestimate, especially aside the power of say in this physical world. No, if you really understand that what it can do. Case in point, remember boy, so I will need to be in a situation. But when you diagnosis, no, me mum there said you so I will need to where I stand. What I did say I took 2 years off and did serious research. When I'm doing neuroplasticity, no, I say the human mind can always create new pathways. Say if the original pathways is blocked, that the human mind can create new pathways to learn things new. Now me did it kakra. As our boy and doctors felt say he couldn't do things. No, he's able to read, he's able to write, he's able to do things. Until we always underestimate the power of this physical world and who the human being will resolve. Said you Mr. Beman Bompire man phobia, and I drag this boy from where he was to where he needs to be, and I'll keep dragging him from where he needs to be to where I have to take him. I'm not in that world. Me and metaphysical world. We put things in place that it doesn't happen again. If it happens again, and the destruction will not be as much as it was. So I say, Mr. Ben, Madam Asmit be here. That's big.
You could have a miracle. What a could be a dancer and offer on.
And I could do it. Let's send him my girl, not to about on. That's big, Mr.
Thank you. I saw somebody say that don't sack your Christians. No, there are a lot of pastors who send me messages. There are a lot of Christians. Okay, what you don't know, don't talk about it. And if you're not comfortable, I tell you, you don't have to be here. You know, because what we hear is different from what you hear. Are you listening? So don't say that I want to listen to you, but don't go here. You can't tell me what not to say. I've never told you what not to say. That's something about the religious people. We don't give you instruction, but you want to give me instruction. I've never told you, say this, don't say that. Don't go anywhere that you go to listen to teach the person what to say and what not to say. It's an error. It's an error because nobody forces you to be here. You know? That's something about religious arrogance. You want to go somewhere and say, I want to listen, but don't tell me this, tell me this. If I were thinking like you, I wouldn't be here. You think differently. So it's what I see is important. That's what I talk about. So don't come here and tell me you don't have to go here, go here. You're not the one to direct me. It's wrong. Very, very much wrong. And people who are religious are fan of that. Do you know the damages that religion is causing on the continent? Do you know what people tell us? It's entirely wrong. If you don't like the class, don't join. Don't be here. We want people who want the liberation for our people, not the ones who are there in a sneaky, you know, the snakes. They are with you this way, but when you go here, don't be here. Don't be here. Because we see why it is important. That's why we are discussing this. Confirm, Kasa.
Legend, yeah, thank you so much. That they be be say Timbia Bua Medawani made you hono. But show no. That all Kahwa is I don't know how that happens, but
it's of the spirit.
The person have a spirit as a more higher there.
I'm a funny good.
But I believe in some form of I think like mine.
No, you can say it's the spirit. I don't have problem at all.
Yeah. So let you be media.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mecca was a muni say the message that you give to us every day, you know, they revolve around three things: religion, you know, freeing the people from sa intitibia amanipa abrabae basano and a financial freedom African history and what me kanina boma bako as a package. So it's very profound. Let me so kakra bi na meka there is certain imagery that imagery has been purported for so many years. It has made Africans very subpar. Like we've become subhumans. People have seen us as subhumans. And that is because a certain imagery projected for so many years. And I'm going to take it from this angle. Constantly teaching an African about the history of slave trade will make them lose confidence and always feel inferior. And we are number one. And I'm looking at it from classroom history. School, especially you teach them slave trade, you teach them American history, they teach them about African history now. They teach them about slavery. Now, if your child and we a parent pay attention to this, sometimes we might think that they are not really performing well. Not all of them are so strong mentally now they're able to overcome that kind of history now. And that's the imagery now you paint, you know. But most of them, let's look at it from this angle that if you have two children in a class, they are being taught by a teacher. Now, two children now, tell me do on history. So yeah, trying to say Ninia not in channel, and I send a classmate not in channel, and crop for a year or no crop for inqua. They don't teach anything great about Bibinino.
Yeah,
you see the point that I'm trying to make now, and it has
continued. Break you.
Yes, it has continued from call middle school. You're trying to say or do high school. You're trying to say the environment. Who say you know cry now? What it does to the child is that mentally the child could become a medical doctor, a programmer, or whatever. But mentally, you know, you don't have any ingenuity.
So why I don't know going before slavery and colonization?
Exactly, that is my point. And Kamiba Koso and legend. That is my point. because the history that they teach them, the history must not always, yes, it's good to know about slave trade, but it must not always highlight all about slavery and not talk about the greatness of who the African is. That is because the moment they do that, once you lose your consciousness as an African, and then you lose your greatness as an African, you don't become a genius. And there is no ingenuity outside your culture.
That's right.
There is no ingenuity outside your culture. So also, why you are a top politician, you are still operating under the machination or the mechanisms of the imperialist.
Yeah.
And they talk about something we call Black History Month, usually celebrated in February. And to me, is the most ridiculous celebration in America.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm saying that is because why do you want to relegate an entire history of a race a month? Have you heard about Jewish History Month? Have you heard about White History Month, Spanish History Month? There may be certain days that they celebrate, but then why is it that we are in a maybe we are in a company, we are in an organization, but they say Black History Month, and that Black History Month, what do they even talk about? They are talking about just one or two people who have had some greatness, being a Kasahon, but our greatness transcends beyond just a few people. It transcends beyond a few people. Somebody will say that, okay, if you don't talk about Black History Month, then how are we going to end racism? Then don't talk about it. Don't practice racism, because simple science or simple chemistry, biology, physics will let you know that no human being can be that super black than your friend said as coal, and no human being can be that white as snow. So it means that we are all different bodies. We carry the same spirit but manifesting in different bodies. Who told you that you were white? Who told you that you were black? Your mind was programmed. The child doesn't know color. The child doesn't know that this is a slave. The child doesn't know that this is a royal or a commoner. But they are taught. They are taught. So they are poisoned from what? They are poisoned from birth. And you said something about first principle. First principle is always the base. The physical world, first principle is always the base. Toyota Land Cruiser that was made in the 90s, no, it may not be aesthetic, but then about the current maybe Toyota Land Cruiser. So, and the reason why NADF and they said they were able to build on the first principle, which was the first one. So what they do is that even subsequent ones, maybe the third form, the fifth form, or the sixth form, they may look luxurious, but there's always one thing: it will never lose its bulkiness. I'm talking about the car in this age. If you don't let them know the first principle, I'm not even gonna go into religion, but if you don't let them know the first principle, they will lose everything, because a loose mind cannot win. A loose mind cannot be financially free. You may be rich, yes, but you are not financially free, because the moment your paycheck stops coming, you are not free. But a true African has to have their mind decolonized. The reason why I'm saying that I'm not going into religion is because the power that they say addiction is very hard to break free of. It will be addicted to it. It will be very hard for that person to break free of. But why not being so bad bread once in the piano? Always they will learn something. And then I'll end one thing. How does own reading book be about? Now, when we even talk about history now, usually start from easy for you to understand. Me, if I am quite, let's look at some books. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, or book be about neocolonialism, or book be the axioms of Kwame Nkrumah. The axioms of Kwame Nkrumah. Axioms, they are, somebody can interpret it as what? Foundational truth or evident truth that you can always build on it. And whatever thing that he wrote in that book, they are evident truth about Africans that we are supposed to build on it. Baby, or say Africa needs a new type of citizen, a dedicated, modest, honest, informed man.
Wow.
Underline informed man. Informed about what? Informed about their true identity, how great they are. A man who submerges self in service to the nation and mankind. A man who abhors greed and detests vanity. a new type of man whose humility is strength and whose integrity is his greatness. So now, the moment you are devoid of this first principle, the moment you are devoid of this greatness, you will never be that true African. And your true African personality has no ties with any imported religion. Your true African identity is tied to your culture and your indigenous roots. And that is why when you throw away your root, you can become filthy rich. You may become maybe wealthy, but you still say that so we have to go back to our root. And one of the books that you have to read, those big books. If you've not read this book, Axioms of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, I'll put it in the chat. Axioms of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. It speaks a lot about who an African is. Who read this book now? It's about 73 pages or so.
Wow.
Who read this book now? It will make you feel like, yes, you are an African wherever that you are, whether you live in Europe, America, Southern America, baby, you identify yourself as an African, and then you will not feel sapa, and then you realize that when it comes to religion, understand it from the context that every religion has history and then time. Every religion has history and then time. And then if there is history and time, then it means that there is a culture at play. And that culture, if you want to be great, you will never fit in that culture. They may make you feel like you belong there, but behind closed doors, you do not belong there. The only place that you truly belong is where you are wholly welcomed, with no fake smile, with no fake most of the time, when you go to Ghana, Uduha, automatically, your DNA connects to your roots. Whether you want to take it from the spiritual standpoint, your diaspora for no, they feel overwhelmed, not because they're Ghana, no. Anybody, is feeling at home. The soul has been taken away for over 400 years. So coming back, the DNA automatically connects to the spirit. It automatically connects to the environment because they feel like, oh, now I'm home. I feel connected. That is how they feel. And that is the message Legend is preaching. Until we come to that full realization, you may find money, but still mentally, you will be inferior. And what betides you, the moment you are inferior mentally, Legend, you can pass on this to your children. And that is because children mostly become their first point of contact, most likely is their parent, unless it be a papa you will learn from them, whether it is financial freedom, whether it's Africa, whatever thing that most children know, the basis of it, mostly is because of their first point of contact. That is their parent. And that is why we should be very conscious about these things that Legend is teaching us, so that whatever thing that we see as generational curse, any generational curse, but it's generational ignorance. And Legend is fine-tuning our minds over this generational ignorance so that we will get generational knowledge that will liberate not only us, but unborn generations. Once a tie, then quote unquote we might be the most stupid people on earth because we are in the information age. Legend, thank you.
Thank you. Linda said, yeah, that is what they teach in the US about African history. They do that on purpose to continue to make black kids think inferior themselves. See, so that to support your point. Come. Yeah. And so you want the also, but we shall see. Okay, thank you. And just listen. I don't know what Ghanaians call attack. When you have not heard something, It's not an attack. Just hear it and see that people are learning. And even if it's an attack, it's okay. What is wrong if you attack? There's nothing. We are being attacked every day anyway. In Tontom Kora attack here. So once you are on this earth, don't be afraid of anybody attacking you. You know, go to the jungle and see the snake is attacking somebody, the lion, everybody is attacking somebody. You think that the world is like it's free? No, it's not free. So just don't make wrong accusation. That's all. But for attack, it's okay. Ofakasa, Professor Dante. Kasa.
So be that was it. And are they out my
Yes, sir.
Religion, African history, and financial freedom. But anybody are concerned about your development, no person fight poverty. No one can religion once he is not. We need your context, no. We need your environment. So be our G2 is a person Ghana development and for that matter Africa and the ordinary person develop no one can religion once no. Then he has no idea what is going on. But so productivity, one of the things your religion one of them is the time, the money, and our mind. And you got productivity. These are the cardinal things. The productivity through which we develop a nation or we develop a community. Productivity is about time. How much of our people time is spent on religious activities? Young around the community, no. This is clear. Sabi obi say productivity, which is time, which we are talking about time, and how much we spent on.
Professor Ayentoke. Oh, come back, please. And didn't tell no. I'm sort of your own network, you know. Over be about no atwaso. And the Waka, no. For Bishas, I also Sikasem, the Waka Kakra, the Royal Game. Politics, so you know, you'll be better back politicians as somebody did President Mama Motem. And so, we can be before man, sorry, the another both. Of that,
Na make us religion there one can want some but no one pay your development. The because can na small will in fact the articles see o can near my religion who then people will say ha but we have both religions super that people know enemy. But we can't shy away from that. One is taking akwa say abankaba that means ozu bisa me say fie ye ayi age bre age time age money ama koso that was yen ka ho asem yen ka dem bi. What are we talking about?
That's right.
Obia bisa be say we are concerned about your development. Now we won't talk about what religion, how it has taken people's time, people's mind and resources. On said any benefits, but they are telling him to hope in the future to come be. But no it is really one of the things I hold the development back. I will draw it back. But the evidence is clear. The evidence and the results is overwhelming. You go around. Nansa me too kwan na me ko share me nua binum being the faith because oben dia
Mesa yentonka ule uba bi man wasakasa. Ane uba no wasakasa any problem kura. Ujo ne sakasa. Aha. Yeah. Go for.
The people have been in the faith for about 60 years. Devoted. It's all been 70 or the crowd. I mean, the way no young can was a man. Or when you were youthful, if you were young that time, much no, or send whom cry, dear, Sikwaye Mukra say, it cannot be fair, and then bread there. But now he's 60 years and he has little to live with.
Wow.
He devoted his time of going around doing all these things. It sounds like 1 year of funti, only any direct benefit. Only the preacher into only any benefit, and he's left with poverty. In this animal, young can be. In the one is financial freedom. How do you get financial freedom? Financial freedom comes from productivity. And if somebody takes your time, your mind, especially the key thing, will mind the mind is for where else that you want to go. Then how can you achieve financial prosperity? How can even a nation develop that? Now, evidence ben this religion has evidence no one Chinese people development is it to do with their religion? Do we import religion from there, or do we import from there? And all these things are overwhelming evidence. Now even look at the people now, the so-called they to heaven. Even some of them, some of these preachers, America no money pictures ba. Obi kuro no de wani haji woso, but you are the people in your church, in your local government. How they say those things are worldliness. They should focus on heaven. Who call a yikeke no? You always what taking those do some point and no more pride and say no so I can say that is what you are. Somebody say, but Obi will no young person be no person achieve the same help develop a nation. That will catch on. The world is a kingdom and all things shall be. And I'm saying the 12 disciples, which of them was added? Which of the 12 disciples in the Bible? Which of them was wealth added? You know, I glad say, productivity doesn't come from religious activity. Prosperity doesn't come from activity. Wealth creation, it has nothing to do. Of course, which of them were they teaching about religion? Development. The end of Mokai. Which of them? In the Muma, you use critical thinking, but critical thinking so that I've been questioning me faith. I've been questioning some of the things they taught us. In fact, sometimes we say a Christian. Really, we are not. Because I share the teachings near who are holding on. And you'll be in Bible, the founding fathers, founding fathers, another founder, and then Tia Bible, we know who follow and then modern days for who follow being Tia, and it may be totally far from the Bible.
Whoa.
So would you know Obi in Tia Sabia or not Tia, nor the Tia, and nowadays or the shots, and I said, would actually. That's who it may be far from what the scripture is saying. The result is I'm sorry be different, Okay, the same thing yes, we different. Why is it so tight? Obi so tight. In the near tea, sorry now for tight, Mamuno. In the tight. Near tea out the tight, in the old claim is a Christian is a Christian. Nipa be obin tias, even a woody chileka. It is maybe far from what the Bible is even saying. It's far from it. And it's true, means that churches teachings any different from what?
Yeah,
in the Kofobin tias, and a woody
obisi shatade obisi ben shatade obisi oba sofo oba ntimi share sofo obisi fasika we bra ben fasika we ma asemo
eno nipa na o sha ase eno ono ne nti ase ne nti ase oba bu na o wudi akire keke na wonti wo no wo se said the Bible, they can blind mind teaching another blind. You may all fall into pit. In the moment critical, you should think about Niamana experience, you know. But education, unfortunately, our education is why I miss education. Why can this religion so much, you know?
You see, the sad thing is that the two major religions were brought by some people who didn't have clear conscience for us. I don't know why our people can get this.
That is it.
The interpretation, the practice, you can see that we missed something. But the people are defending it. They want to hold on to it.
Mr.
African Americans is the same problem for them. It's the same. It's the same problem. The same interpretation for subjugation and servitude. It's the same. Ghanaian president be serious will control some of these things. So long as they are not looking at this, and they can't develop us as we want. They can't organize the society as we want. Anybody, anywhere can just get up and start to teach people anything, insult people on TV, radio, because the people don't know anything, they will have following, and the next day the president will be there. So where is the hold of truth? So we pollute the minds of our people with a lot of errors. Anyway, Prof, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. You defend it. You know, defend it. Baski Kasa.
Good evening.
Good evening, sister.
Mechia will be a telephone, Mrs. Senso.
Yep.
And a topic and also will be sensitive, will be ampeso betty, we are there, betty. Mokasa said, they move betty, because sometimes I am not. Over the years, the boy had me to answer dream who say a Christopher feel like powerful than anybody else because make me uba yememua. We can preach and preach against obi religion.
Yeah.
So for me, kasagu kasa say Muslims cry the munim yankopon. Abosonson yenanano say but the moment obi fufuro so be kasafa Christianity hono and they would as if that they have the power to talk about everybody, but no one has the right to, or like we need power to talk about them.
Yeah, no, nobody can talk about them. They represent God. All of us, we don't.
They have the mouth to speak about Obifu from religion, and Buddhism, and and but the question is to say sometimes I say Muslims cry there minimum divisions and a lot, but over Christianity divisions be na see anim no kora no yes so ne division no e do so be brave je say asori we nko we nhya asomade we ni aduane we nko ha we sum this day enti no hwan de na ye
na ebi aware kora no obo ha ofri asoro foforo bi ko ba bu aye o mo mpere o
yeah minimum bia o say SDA ni I didn't know nipa na okoware ni ye Catholic aware no Catholic for SDA ni ware Catholic enye aware say it's like enyimu hosusu na enyimu so doso
and so baba have the defend you me was your more SDA ni the more the Catholic ni so baba so baba have the defend
SDA for be heaven na ye sha asomade no ye nko heaven ana
oh that's what I myself Yes, I'm over. No, if I go more SDA. And almost say I go Roman and go heavy. Na yes, ba or before more some memenda. Meaning over the career. And I'm busy on say, I remember down one, you go heavy, the other, I mean, they've go heavy. You go on and I'm open, man.
The last week in Muho baby, no more newspaper review. The material says a church back Ghana. Send secretary so one of your finance so. Nipano wa worried there, but was also a member nibi. And guy back who are story him. The boyfriend no. And no they are story seeker. Ghana, na a crusade. I say Panam friend is a crusading guide no. And now no they are story ni seeker na boy in this university. But they are all in the church.
Amazing.
I don't time the whole question to say. I say in sorry I Ghana doors so do. As if say as a Ghana and Kwani we are say. No, they don't want to spread it.
It's not controlled. Anybody can jump and do anything they want.
I do too much. Obia ya no ate asori. No obia ya no afa microphone no abegina kwan ho. No okasa na no bi sofu bia o mi ko de bia o preach de bia o ya live o YouTube Facebook. I ask myself that I no ye adwuma. Me ho no timi the camera koto oba a o ye adwuma say na ma na nipa wasa wo bon ho so o pensa no adwuma na wo so na mbusa mo say na wo de ato obi so say nipa mpensa no adwuma ti wo so nsa no adwuma say o be preach.
Nyame afrɛ sister.
Nyame afrɛ. Any ehun kete I say yes uko me was secondary school ne SU me man ko be there anyway SU
well go be there
me me SU there man ko be there but near what denominational na me kai say man ko denomination ni be that one time na mo form 2 and I'm a koi into me koi na bibia na me de me so na those times no me ankasa na ya na me pe me ho say me pese me sua bibia I want to learn it myself the Bible me read ni na me pese obi be ka kire me inti omo busa asem bi na me answer what dey achi yes o omo ye quiz inti me koye quiz no na I said I don't know those time na adwen bo kakra inti who read bibia ka wotiri inti me read Bible I think I know I am organized and I'm see way. Man, see what's more.
Well, go, but me guys say na omo book to be omo kai almost deliver from the power of darkness. Say na will be a kai opogwa Christopher. And now omo obi di ba mama me kind the first two I'm say na say book we dey delivered from the power of darkness something like that. I'm say book this is evil. This is evil. Me now just also abrabo.
Tobe, me see ekobi wo Ghana ho. Ba so ampa boy ya omuge no online, omuge ni bebre. So ba ko. Ochro Bible books pa na wo fa ni books ni bi. First no what one ya to be abroad because obi join say woni e ma bi nkoso ti no and na ma bi to talk so much e bi na wo bie ma. Asa na be kan ya wie na je say wo de obenante a obekọ ha bia na upoli kura eye sunsun ye can say kabwe for wanim a eye bonsam ura ha chese eye ho ena bibia na ho hwani ena we na die and I ask my na me for some time, you know, and sorry, ni sa ne maniema no. Me say me ma sorry ni. Me every Saturday or Sunday, no must repeat it. Program any Saturday, me Sunday, me say repeat it. That is my sermon, and I'm done.
Wow.
I'm done.
Omo church almost polycra a bonsam bit me boy.
Omo timi interpreter man who say polycra a bonsam.
Oh, say we monoeducated poverty and very shallow-minded people. Now the sad thing is that some of these people have gone to university, and they still follow these errors.
Mr.
And they think that
serious.
yes, amazing.
They are very popular.
No, but you see, if you are not equipped with the truth, anybody can trick you. Anybody, especially when they hold the Bible, you can trick a lot of people, because many people don't want to be responsible for their lives. They want something to be responsible for what they are, where they are. So it's either the devil or the government. So,
and there's also Ghana.
But you see, Bibiano, send the crow one in the Fahudi Kukudro, and the yes, so sorry, Nasa, sorry, Kessikas and Crofo, Kunkum Crofo, Oboa, the Ukutan yet. Umpire is our Castillo Biakuna, the Ukutana, Bonnie. Doesn't matter. And you live in fear.
Everyone when he die, everyone when he die, ask myself.
No, it's a lie. Nobody can die anywhere. You can't kill somebody with your prayer. And
no.
So more draw go mukum president Kufa. They were not go for any abrea papa so go be Go guys over to
any president.
And I don't want to be a and now come on, Nipa. No, what you have anyhow. You didn't make that person.
No,
you can't just kill anybody like that. But
no.
Just one baby said me incantation, trick. The life of anybody, make I say President Mama, my best room in here, who say Kofobi by out 17 year mom paya, then I'm saying, but I'm saying,
I said Ghana and Kwana Yankopon. I said Ghana and Kwana Yamewo. Ghana and Kwana Yamewo. Meanwhile, in Penufoni behind the Beja Bosnia.
Yes. Yeah.
Ghana and Kwana Yamewo. I saw for more preaching against it, and you may be a year say or banning about anywhere, but so for not to honor or be inviting us home US and I baby may sorry. Hey, what to me come and it said a testimony, and I took a plane and I went to this place, I took a flight and I went to this, but the land that you are praying people should come to, what say, okay, Ghana, my NJ and money, a morally, a moral, we should go on moral level, and your spiritual, and your religion. Your chair say, Obana worry, Obana Beman worry, a moral, and your religion. We shouldn't take it on religious say, because we're taking on religious say, yeah. What's also for you? What Obebaha say? In Chrono we bino. No, Baba, and no, the ultimate bomb pie say, or members in your Vicent to quine. Was it with your wound to? But Omu to come baby or mobile so soon, or my diatum.
And go for the good idea, you mamma maybe.
A host the castle so bama moji ede Hana or yeah Jumana or the Sikeba. What is Sikano was already?
Confusing.
And then a year free morality. I mean, was here church you will fear no. Any I to them. Bonibia baby Yanko point the betcho. Because yes, Ababa be wajo. And so people are doing it. Thinking say, sorry, no man in Sasso Bompire a cop. But Mr. Mikro Bechim no Obia dear frito station will table be a baconin in a gusso. Tico, a dear you no bit to honor, mammy phobia no moton tight. Those times none moton tight by Bianibia a pie bisa trantrebi. Obercono, oh, let me Yasman will do more than me 50 tall from. Okay, far Conways. Okay, near we see can ye jet. Near me, dear, young co baby, but and then no, a kit out will be veggie. A kit out crowd will be veggie because Nipan Baya, or Cassa, be quite sorry them cobom pire, young copon the betchemy. Because yes, I baby wamame. And university. Instead of us to go there and learn, and then Sorry.
Yeah.
We call campus. That mean quite sorry for like 2 years. And no be cheap call pensa.
Sir.
Because me a Presbyterian, no money call pensa. Hey, Mr. B.
What
Never call pensa. Yeah, my food now you be concentrating near and I'm evangelism in crossing.
Sir.
Ne ya gada ene dia kogu atwea. Near bomb pie. Near it didn't change anything. And change she. Ye ko fasting come abra are reflective with the books, because if you don't learn accounting exams snatching can say I went to a chance so I should pass. Yeah. It doesn't work like that.
But a lot of us wait for miracles to change our results instead of us learning.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you need a pen.
One of these journalists. We did dance here. So no exams not one track, but evangelism or buy an exams now one track. You see this?
American Christianity no, and I say I am so powerful, so obi ye can't be there, but obi can there. But is that the true religion that we are practicing?
No, but for me, even if you go down, you see, there even conflict between the churches themselves in their doctrines.
There is.
And so when we come to talk of religion, if you're a Christian in any of these denominations, you shouldn't even talk.
No.
Because we are not really talking to you. Because your practices in your faith are very entirely different from one another. So we are not referring to you. And when we refer to religion, it's not even just the Christianity. Islam is involved. Buddhism is involved.
Yes. Medema no say Mr. Obi your platform see so back last time na me tro ade bi to so na me busa say. Me question is say ye Africans ye wo ho. Ye ji obi a religion deal. Ye follow Christianity. Ye follow Muslims. Ye follow Buddhism. Shinto, Shinto for Hare Krishna obi anya ne dia na odi aba ho ne ye ko follow. But ye dia ne dia here so say ye promote am obi so follow.
There be a promoter here. Now also follow here.
We should follow people. We should follow. We say asum we pie ha say no de bia bane age. We say asum we pie ha ne. So not asum ni nyina maaye no. What did we have?
I have faith. No mu nyina wa. Even a official gatherings ye gunsa bi. But ye bompaye also be kasa bompaye. Now say it minimum space for all other religions. I didn't know more practicing African religion. Enye me friend Bosum. Abraham was now near Juman or Indian or Buddhist.
Yes.
And it running gas as a matter of fact, only in the class or Cotono no asaba or salute to the boss. Who was sorry. And so castle or some bosom that.
There be Yen penny for bedi or mine so pay ya no mun na ma sorry dem sane de say gu omo so o wi
na sorry dem papa be asa na papa be mbo e go fo we o ma yo mo se jame kura ko da kura se nyame oda podia di bi o ko de nyame chiro it's not a lie de nyame ko ya mo bi e ko ye bia ro ichire it's not a lie
as if said God is there only for Ghanaian.
This guy now, and not media for so the atos.
Nobody like
and me a prophet of God, prophet.
31st night, Ghana nkwana nyame kasa kire yen. 31st night, Ghana nkwana nyame kasa. Na media for na software listed prophecies nyankopon akasa wo meka.
It's chaos. Yeah, it's chaos. And we are creating a confused generation. And they think that they are doing something right. It's not. It will be difficult for people to develop.
say all course be near joining now.
Yeah, a lot of these boys are desperate for power, fame, money. They have no character.
Obi predicting ebemwa, hey, na media for their
prediction. No,
what prophesy say president aspiring president ba kube film na obi afiri muntino and then what so-called prophets be and
it's because the people don't know, and when you don't know much, you believe anything, you follow anything, and you waste your life. You live frustrated life because you follow lies. A lot of these people,
corruption. No. Now me cry me cry me more time on cry no aka James who be afa me say man there do who for be afa debi emri go be na engineer me bi fram se hwe eno kwa na me di nikase
ono oji die no do ka wondia
no
ko di mama wo bokro no so oji die no oji die
na what crane me free fear and my yan crane me na me se hwe enko kra especially look of baby because me busia ho me mama me de me na be suit so I didn't go cry David stop me me de be see no bi so aba so bi na say you pandoso
but your mind is what I say enti sebe uko asori wa ha o de ko asori ni oni
ko asori
but me small boy be no sabe ne baba boko an hihye ne ye afa bible the book of fa so in sika e me don catch them so a prophet mami ko dinachi suban kra woni bi so wudi wo bi anani afirachi a wa brabo sai bible no wan kasa kan ni so ya. There's a lot of confused people on our continent. Anybody at all? Was an old person and tell the person in the limelight. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Where's our life best? Any prophecy near the Bobra is a lie. It's principles. It's principles. These are men and women born. These are people born of women. The best way you can see is their character that they live. A lot of them are just hungry for fame and money, especially the young boys. Sorry. One chirafe babu ka wonti ase. Titabia washankom, sir. Now the nipa na jisa osum nyame, we don't know what you're talking about. We just all class right because who follows our way on wire. You don't know. Osamukasa.
Odi for what you mean kan? Oh, okay. With the Juma, another. Oh, the assembly hold straight, and then yeah, punching. And then straight. Yeah, and see, before say, na me Juma say, me tiasi say, what saying about Yedi? And one of the cardinal factor Edienya and our boss about religion. Yes, now obi say no pay Yedi and by mum when the menka. You know, and some people say, so what do you want? Now, I think that people have difficulty distinguishing between faith and religion. I think that is where the difficulty is, because people think say, what kind of religion it's say Jainism and I say Jai Islam, and as no, it's not about that, but it's the organized religion here there, I think you define it. So it's been organized to subjugate people, to make people feel inferior. So they'll be controlled. What they are saying, and no, I think that is what people are not getting it. But to start with, no, me share this little way. Way back, I used to be an interpreter. I was also a preacher, and I'm my interpreter. It was also free kasa no kasa no sense ka one money your manchen then the bank account to cry because back in Ghana so na making the US dollar account to cry no onima no they still describe and say just name how much it is cry and all that. Now that was the time and any pay years square now you dey cheap pim on now just say ever broach na go gidi into na ya wa enti no ye wie mo na me ko say was so where the man bank statement na me fa and copy visit you know was office oh me ni bio hey I'm say I also bank a foreign bank statement cry no sika wo mo man no na say be just so you know now or yes na people give money people give what they say and from that time no I started thinking say na nyame suma yes you know are they speaking the truth to us
so that nipa benya edisika beba. Exactly. Yeah. In that time, no said the Nyamia man because he gives. Because of that, means the dollar account is so much. So he doesn't even know how much is in the account. The city account is a boost of crowd. Just say people should come and give and all that. So that's how we're young, we're naive. Now, Jamaican interpret or young man with their baby. And the so anointing about the moon. Me compare bank statement, Papa na mami. Now see, now the way Papa idea. Into how me find margins okay. And then as I can say MS can maybe many. Now me smash say okay. If I can get any other person in the church, on speaker say, "Wa man and on account and either." And me can basis say there's a problem with the way or someone has been interpreted, has been packaged. Now, most of the people that are leading us, no crave one panel say, "Omuchimoding." Now, baby, crown make me a catch say, maybe beginning now omu Christopher, but along the line, they've missed it. What I say, they are building empires. And most of them, they are only looking after their family. They are buying mansions for their family. They are living large, whereas the majority of the members are all struggling. Now, where the religious, but I'll quote something. Yes, you can say me or say, or catch a Peter, or say, if you love me, feed my church, feed my sheep. Or say, if you love me, feed my sheep. Into feeding the sheep, anything. Early church, Bible church say there were poor people amongst them. Into the shop on the can say, Obia, the rich should sell what they have, some of the things they have. Now they buy, and what they do, they share it among each other. Until nobody lacked among them. And some about Bible catching. But and now the attention of the church is on the institution and the few people at the top of the institution. Until you see that here, they've been traveling, they had traveling allowances and all that. But the ordinary person, taxing or cotton to bear no their better collection. Or quite makes no diabetic collection. Said much no crown necessary. You say, in watching say, just as you said, that's this ministry, we don't do that. No, I can't, no, sir, I can't home. Now, can I do a rewards and not who do Russians Yamina the Buami and all that. And for me, any church that does that, make me a cast of my money for the truth. The true gospel, not Christo, because I say, love your neighbor as yourself. Into one of the end says, Emma, Sikana, now one of fat Didi, never enjoy. Now we live well. Not the personal, no, so or two collection now, or one home wedding. The truth of the matter is that members in the world, sorry, in the well, now, some meeting in Zambia and echo around in internet. So I also because I'm fat, sorry, Sika, sorry, but and I was so furious, but unfortunately, people will follow such people. Yeah. Well, people will follow such people. Now, Nipano the associate can at the year to talk cars, SEC mansions, or no ye basa.
And Akwanaba captured that thing very vividly. The last time we know. Was here in heaven. Now in heaven about could you see in Jesus come on nkwa fa ni ye wasase so mra yin na ye ko heaven wow and yes is what is here and me feel say me feel say there's a problem with the way they interpret scriptures now. Media, I've come to understand that service to God is largely love. Well, into any church and any group, Biana put limitation on you because you belong to them. No, I have a question about that ministry.
Okay.
Even though you can't marry from here, even though they prevent you from even your own purpose, following your own purpose. Some of them, they put limitation on you to the sense that they rob you of having a big vision. Yes, some of them, they put limitation on you.
Now, and sorry, baby,
that's not making. They put limitations on you. They'll put limitation on you. So, want to me, making. I can't say. No. Because not just astronomy. So right now, they are protecting the credibility of the church than Christ. Well, into the bro, one kasa one ambition crown. No matter just idea with your bonnet. You don't have to do it. There are so many people who belong to those churches. I mean, make sure I say, almost vision because they could have been very good medical officers. Some could have been beautiful people that can help society. But because of the belief and because of their doctrines, vision after them. And the old church and that's it. Now say me TBB mpamcho ebi ana so ebi as America, but in the year why is it said? There are many people in the church who are here just 1,000 Ghana cedis. No, they are Jewish, but the Becca church said no. Yes, sir. And where's the love? What don't know? Yes, say na didn't know na from mobile. And no, ain't found a war. It's not like the church that don't have it all. They have it in abundance. What I say? But they don't have it. But they are able to go and build prisons. Prisons here and by duty. Why must a church go? No, that prison. I sorry, they see prison. And you're buying also see prison. And among all the projects are sorry by a prison. Was a sorry no. People may justify what that was built, but media, no matter the justification you give, we may feel say the priority of the church is not to build a prison. It's to feed the sheep. Feeding the sheep when I some of the because some no campo and so some the nyajuma. But say be America. I don't know what me at radio so. We don't talk about Christ, but we are be say minimum tramon major. It's as some kind. So what they say, right? Okay. But then these guys will come and talk and say, hey, so it's gonna farm more home. Oh yeah, but then you use the church money to go and build prisons. And I'm not here to judge anybody, but me them first say you may need that. Not yes, share your memoir. Me them who say the church is erring. And anyone wants to obia to me, I can be against the church because nyame asem odona e was here the 20 doye ho na nipa adwene mtwe bie na oye de nyame ahye ne se on meye no de boa humanity no. We are not able to do it. Wow. And the whole kind of is very true. It's very true. Intermediate, me feel say we are Christian who are Professor Ben, he's not attacking anybody. He's not attacking Christianity. Me also from way back, from campus. I was a pastor, I was a mass choir director, and all but there are certain truths I am bitter, but that is the truth. I was here can say that is not how it's done. Why must you waste all your time in the name of fasting and then pray? Now what judgment to what? Now you are expecting, sir, God will touch somebody's heart to come and give you money. The nipa na obema sika so no so yes God no be yes can their bro. So what they say? And I think sir we've accepted the spirit. Okay, somebody made a statement or say Africans are spiritist, but Caucasians are strategists. What does it? In Tiano, we interpret it with spirit. Oh, and yeah, I don't worry. That's but nipa na no this as many by na they are strategies. They don't say and when you Christian there be every day in and every day out, no. They are strategizing, they are planning, they are looking into the future, they are thinking as to what is the next level of some economy making human life comfortable. Wow. Now you also there kakrana you want to cry now you to me and nyoma say and I nyoma kakan cry we are just breaking everything. And to me they feel say honestly and the topic it is right on point, but and before so we should even delve deeper the next time we go deeper because it's hard time sa nya chomono I was yejai I compare abrofunya mesum o baby ayewe and I mean compare Ghana nya mesum. They don't pray like we pray, they don't fast like we fast, they don't go to church like we do, but the very few no mkwa sorry no so okase odo what I said so okase buenipa they have food pantries a komedo kra ko a utu konya duane di ko Ghana sorry akese say komedo ne ma duane ni what was I duane di no so what I said and you know me feel say ba ye financial freedom any church any faith any religion let's distinguish it with faith. Obianka said don't believe in what you believe in. Believe in it.
Yeah,
believe in it. Follow it. But when it comes to prosperity, wealth creation, financial freedom, meaning the papa no actually say faith in no what the you will not prosper. Now me the evidence is clear. So you share a yasimu pa a Christo ba sorry ma hona be ho hia for pa. Wow. Now there was a time now so we preach Asura Meko. And then he quoted this scripture. And all these scriptures have been put in there to make us feel inferior. Say servant, obey your masters in the Lord. He quoted that scripture. And in what I'm saying so who is the master? Who is the master? And my Bible also says in Christ there is no bond servant or there is no master, there is no slave or there's but to that scripture and he was talking about a man for no think of one chain, obey yourself. Just say into a man with life on one casano, you are just down. I say you are nothing. Your creativity is stunted. Your creativity is the light of your creativity is dimmed. You are going above the limitation God has put on you. And you are blaspheming. Wow. And these are some of the problems and difficulties of Christosum. Any prosperity. So intermediate, what I see is it is a problem, and unfortunately, so many pastors have not also seen it. Me catch of bias, I mean, I share software no collection now no magada o no more they invest it no money is can't something be then almost have their account. It is not your money that I depend on, you know. I have investment and I have this and but I said capital no nya capital no mukunya no what I say a church offering no magia tight ya magia and no money invested now be big na say no dey brag it. Well, director, one of the pastors said, hey, God doesn't need that your little money. Hey, God doesn't need that your little money. So you don't have to come here and think that it's your money that is used. Well, but it's unfortunate. Sir, they are doing that. But I mean, when I see that, I realize that the heart is not for God anymore. All that they are craving for is worldly things. No, I bet you said to abodogun and suneni that one sabeka. Once would the idea a hair and Washington war. Well, Professor, Yamiadman now, the topic nearby, no, a Yamiadma, maybe a quotation, I'm there, bro. I Yamiadman, I didn't know that me ba na me ba be showing crying say you are on the right path. You are not attacking anybody. You are revealing the truth in the Lord, because what you are giving is a sermon. You are really preaching. So be a nipa any better. And now other thing I was because I belong to one particular sector of belief. I can't marry this other person. Maybe I know so. I sorry we mu. And that becomes a big deal. So no say and then now currently modern churches if you teach say your best friend must come from that church.
Yeah.
And some of my mates, they are here. In other way, because of that, no. These are guys who are cool. We're doing very well. One is in Atlanta, one is in Turkey, baby. What I say? They are pastors of the church, and because church, your best friend must come from the church. Now, say Nyame say is love, and we should love each other. Why must you put impediment on your own self, on your own beliefs? Because I won't commerce into so what I say? Fake, and that proves how fake they are and how myopic they are in their thinking when it comes to the knowledge of God. So what I say? Is sometimes me show one. Who am I say? Now when I'm Muslim, Yami. Oh yes, no, yes, he loved the unloved. Yeah. What I say? He showed love to the unloved. And only parable no mind about the good Samaritan. But the good Samaritan was not supposed to touch that man. What I say? But he showed love. I'm bishop. Because we're low class. Oh, this is put they are down. Oh, no crown. Oh, quite so they can't brof woman no crown podia. Uba sumusa.
Enna abranti edi ne hu nyina akɔhye aso osomba kom na anwum mi kwa me hu se obitime kwa asɔre every day sa ada kɔpem se na me wo baby da madam for ba me betra ye every day na we na wonya American visa do peso to kwan ena baby o ye adwuma no mo kwa asɔre asɔfo ne asɔmpanyifo ho na se camera bi yira ho. Could you believe say boy na nya visa nti asofo no ame eche madam for no police station say wonya me say akofo bi camera koto de akoto.
Oh Jesus.
na back me tukoya ba akra me kokwa o see Kumasi asana ye you know I'm telling you this.
Yeah.
I was so pain.
Yeah.
Me more sorry Nadine, one of those churches that you know.
Yeah.
This guy, all that he had was the church.
Yeah. Yeah.
All that he had was the church. And so the church now, Madam Fununya Visa na wanyanti. They say waboko. You want any one?
No. Yeah. I've seen it. And
I'm saying way. More dangerous.
And tell me, Kano, wickedness. Just a chimodinti. And I'm a say na enye Yesu ya mosi ma church ya ye dinachi. And I must say his love or do intino. But when they don't show love, oh. They don't show love. Like everything that anybody must give.
It's quick. Is follow this doctrine, or you are not one of us.
Yeah.
You know one of us.
Sure, Madam Fubi, where the main kind of me friend church or not, Nipandos. Now, our sorry, because I make cast story be and conform you making a question. Or your soft womb, but or a lecturer, or lecture, and also I suffer. Now, when him or sacrifice it, number. Or poor Juma, none in Megukem, no more evangelism, no more dinko pochi, and so on and so forth. Will be a branches. Oh, the Entiani cow. Now, not the only and say, I'm say every year beyond more pastors' appreciations in Giza. You know, that is water or no like a bar, no, the Odiama. Yeah, the Mraba says, as the kind of crampono is here and Mojija and coppers of penny.
It's all about the money.
And I'm so why is that? I say it's not about them. Oh, that, but then I'm so Master, where Jimmy? Master, where Jimmy? Where Jimmy? Who can now who used to know? And yes, can the toy. anya petrol na adigu car no na one catch us say sika ne buy or say ni for back pe no odi enye nyina na e call heaven ade tell for back pe no dey dey bia so sika no odi na nkofo nso hu wa omodem money abechi sika kakra no so no say sia no no more quote scripture be oh yes he's the owner of the vine, so if any prophet comes into the vine they must go to the vine dresser master just say now him ye omuto mansions more o what they say and they are sponsoring them at the highest educational way all the can say places no all around into the yami ni na ho na mom no ye wo sumu nyame a wo de sumu nyame be mo e ba ye di a mpacho detach it from your faith na ma ye di principles na nya adwuma mfo says ye di so say na ye cheche ya nyame ba koyemwa na
most of these cliques and court centers, they don't want the people to do it. That's true. Why when you see any sign of you becoming independent and successful, they get angry. And you become a threat.
Where they you know, my wife was here before, now me down. Me soft be or baha, and a man, my wife Costrano. Now my wife me maybe man some from Bremy. At the end of buy and me corner ho. Papa my bed oh they call later, sir. Ain't eventually no mammy be watch a can in our farm and suit near in a major. Now me saka at the end of one program been a share any on also share near was already demo. As soon as something that chance you see why I didn't give it to you, because when you wear yours and I wear mine, we all look the same.
Wow.
Oh yeah. I don't. No. Me once so whether me personal issue I make, but me once me wife on so air con no or to collect $200 a man. Wow. And to me dear na ya dear mama say me fam remino. If me share you see why I didn't give it to you, because when I wear mine and you wear yours, we become the same.
Nipa we wouldn't a judges away.
So and those were the times I started thinking na nyamesuma na sa na tia na say because Jesus saw do nti do dia adentia nti na say nipa ba ko no kwa na wo say superstar na ye nyina no ye be born servant na ye di wachi sabe wo ka se na ne ada wo ka se nsoro ne asori na say power na say why so powerful ye di wachi a story bia no obi achi na say bia no advise yourself it is fake, it is not of God. God is love.
And this is one of the reasons many of our people are suffering in life.
Exactly.
This is it. I tell you, if they know the truth to teach you for you to become free, they won't teach you. If they have to give you resources for you to become powerful, they will not do it.
They won't. I
tell you. And sadly, our politicians have the same thing.
And that's how the same level.
I'm telling you. Yeah. So free here. And before somebody qualify for any particular position, also be
Godfather. Yeah, Godfather.
And because I'm telling you, what we share here, we know it. They won't teach you. A lot of them even believe that
it's true. And correct.
And it's all about be different religion, and you don't know what you're saying.
No. It's not me. And that's why I'm surprised. What's up, so D? And no matter what they try, you didn't say, I deal with yes, and
access of information. I don't know.
No. I didn't know what you're wrong. I know what you're saying. I've schooled online. Now, information now, they man, the old channel, just I don't who say we are both a nip out to a boss crying out, fine. What I say? No, I didn't bombs and no, I saw me son of baby. Oh my, online, it's your lectures. Then who you cry, it's not applicable. You can't apply it anyway.
Are you not paying a lot of money?
You pay money. Hey, it's a crime. The car crime. You pay a lot of money, but at the end of the day, you are. Who didn't want to financially, but who dear you have free to sweet. Who bay you know now to say that some fire is burning in you. Say, oh, there's something and if you knew it, Gabananka, you've gone. I didn't see any religious groups, no, and yes, no more no some anointing. Well, some more anointing. I didn't think I'm Kasavianka, a fire beam mananka yet. Bible said the only macra more did. What I say? I know the young country. You look at this first can mom bet to collection. Well, now back off where the dinner near Franka cry. Not mamma can often phone.
What do go for Mushia or Buafu? The pie anymore. Powerful people. Buafu say actually.
So they are selfish. It's just selfishness.
People don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we can shut up and do whatever we are doing. And people will introduce us to a lot of things. That's what people don't know.
But shutting up, there's this young baby, I don't mean Sion. Oh, no, wife. Baby, I want to know. Baby, I'm like, just engage a organization bedroom, baby, I'm on. It's a real modern Indian battle. Oh, dear. Yeah. And you mean, sure, baby, why? Yeah, actually, come on. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And then I'm saying, if I don't also, I mean, yeah, Antichrist and free. Antichrist, Akasa.
Good evening, Prof. Mbatomenka.
Mbatomenka. Yes, madam.
Also, for the static, I say, many attendants, you will not conclude my means. Many Jamaican say, it do be a year free. Spiritism, I call Jimmy. And as difficult as it is, we'll still say it. Journey now one is a journey of no return, Prof. You've come too far. There's no turning point for you. Even if you keep quiet, the product you've raised will shout louder, and your name will still go higher. In we are marching on.
Yes,
there is no way as Africans, typically a typical Ghanaian, when taking care of your religious beliefs. It is a truth. Say Anji and Tuma, you run around the circle, you can kusa baby, I'm a danning sin a man from video and so. So what the 50 years plus one like myself. Now all your life you've been a religious girl. Okasa campus time. Yen an aquarist as I would drive a car to church room. Now shall watch not a particular time beer. Would you miss Sifika anymore? Now would Dimrika be an out high heels and now the slippers because social time now you be fair on stage traffic and to mean could would Dimrika upesa ukujina stage no wako to the youthful time energy everything Monday through to Sunday every day close from work go to church come home. That was our lives. And when you talk and people don't understand, I don't know what to tell them. If some of us knew what we know today, would have been flying. And the mayor say, our politicians and these religious leaders are working with the same agenda. Because if majority are enlightened, and a great opportunity and give it to me the South Africa. Because people listen to them. But there are religious bollocks, they are not for me anymore. Anybody can quote me anywhere. Now, they are naming one is a lower pretty power. Our dysfunctionality all over Ghana because of religion. Yen beliefs, yen paradigms, abrabona yekusu bonankasa, ye picky because of our religious beliefs. And in nimpata why we ain't funny kosi baby ya, but I try penny bisiongo warrior. Or didn't the panan ne bebo brand ba no fan so you are seeing. Into man you free heaven, abba, and kosi baby ya. Because nipa ne bejina sorry them ujina mosque or a different person. Obedu feel a different creature. The church doesn't understand that. Inti nipa ne dia sensemu because onyankopon so chi awari jai and awari suspended. As long as we're married to that person, want to mean koneni mu wiaseka. Because uko enimni e twon san. Inti a lot of people and who can they will still fight you publicly. But don't share one on one. It is sickening now. Self-image or a religious leader. This weekend, from Ochina about next weekend, University Foucault, Prof, I can tell you on authority, and yes, I was saying, a lot of people's children can't go because when you're 50% admission fee and good year, and yet, or less than a tight over these years, 20 plus years now, and go business is about 10. The same place where you supports. Abofani kwaku rem first ni dia na edin because time results ni ba ni deadline nti ko hia obi akohye ni kakra po na ko wi our strategize how to pay when ye bi nti ni ba ne betina se ho academic year bio that is it oni bi and a support system no there are some people all they have are their religious organizations in church and nti watwe ne ho afie busuam because na busuam no bi ade be no. And now for phone you see all they have today is their religious settings. In Diana Bibisa, are you satisfied? Self-image zero, self-esteem zero, and yet consider purity as them. They can pray 5 times a day, and edu baby no pe momo no be a manna assembly. It is a umabeko school, ubechi rent advance, so we are emergency be a bad Jesus wakos. And yet shall be a bema wadun so nipa. Now you want to counter. Are you all right? Are you really all right? Obia Beka, think Coach Habib Bekan, the opium of the masses. That's what religion is. If you have never been inside, you will never understand. You can work with people powerfully, so they are highly educated, until it comes to religious analysis and you realize, say, oh, sukuna nyomushi. Anyomushi we are sick. It is a dream, see a heaven, and we are praying to the God of Israel. Israel and do they still remember they have a God that they have to call upon in their difficulties, or they are strategizing how they can fight? We are here praying to that God of Israel. And here preparing for heaven, meaning as I see to the it's now living hell. And the Bible says a good man leaves an inheritance for their children's children. Should it be selected few children? Yanum the encounter. In the end, live hell here. The end woman you heaven will enjoy. And it's almost to see you. Our contribution, our time, our skill set, everything you are serving. What did you get in return? In baby a movie from Spiritism to Sabu, Shimi, said yourself on the end day. Because a lot of people are wasting their lives away, all in the name of religion. Only nearby power bedding and so through the judgment of religion. Into your bed and I must say, yeah, now would you agree when you bet where the 50 like myself? No where the 60, 70, and time is gone. And they say, wow, would dare. So would you to say, I'm a daughter of God, I am a Christian, I am a Muslim, I am this. Now best and son your basic needs. What to me I so nipa. Near financial freedom, and you still think you are so religious enough. So you are praying that somebody somewhere, someday will come and save you. That someday might come, but maybe you might be in 70 years. When your children have struggled and poverty have developed a mindset, when to me I'm building any relationship with them, because even their basic needs you couldn't provide. So in your old age, you won't have any children. Marriages are, I am more bored. A lot of men are struggling today because when to me I'm building our real no, or in the name of religion, onimsa ne yene so ntumi nja nti, and the man de bring so any other home. Into no, or to baby, spiritually there's no connection, emotionally there's no connection. Our in a gwery and so much boom. Consider no more the same to my better sorry them. Not so for any anti can't see married couples in the church, but there is no marriage. There is no marriage. Because financial freedom has nothing to do with your faith. There are principles, there are natural laws that work for every human being. Into what you want you feel say because of your religious background, because you pay high tithes, because you are in church every day. We seek assemblies would you hear beko now mad ya hunti on bed domain. and your generation will disconnect from you. And to say, Ubema wajina daho. Now what starting business be? Now the church where you human what me had to so nipa. Me starting NGO in Ghana. The way this Christian community fought me, because now I'm composed Makotia, sorry. And I'm like, so Makotia, sorry, I will never be now feel now better be. Now be your Kotibia and I'm quiet. Who says so if you are sorry and we're free? Where did these things come from? I Christopher's on my knee now. Internet baby and then na sources lipo a free yankopon. They will put so much fear in you, so to me and some of them, their sources are not from God. In your make sure so be you be busy and be you be so say way free master and okwa and scene say so you too don't go. They are all tactics. So would the radiant panel would no kwa we are here obedient to me and so and come say. And to be someone say upon all my religious life, why is my life like this? When it just from so Christian, some Muslim, I'll bomb 5 times a day, and yet what's answer your basic needs. Why ye Juma so many years upon our television? Because somebody somewhere. You are 30, 40, and you think you have time. There is no time. We don't have the luxury of time to play about anymore. Let me share video, YouTube video about Mr. Beast. Now, which me people are amputated people legs. I don't know his religious background. Now, yet one year showmanship, all this arrogance, superfluous living, and yet the people who bring their tithes now, you disrespect you, and some total of their money, and they're running these institutions, and yet we disrespect them so much, and it's still normal to them. How come these are normal to us? Into Bahana still I'll be the chinja. Obian country. But some of us are on agenda. Break. We don't have the luxury of time. And will not shine again alone. So those in their 20s, 30s, and 40s who still want this mindset to live, will drag them along a move. Because Jimmy and who will be if you want to be religious and your self-image is at stake, just one day so nipa. Who post with me and leave so onipa because obi huwa said yourself on the kind o pesa won me ye pa na nya wo desen ka wo disciple ne me na wo shia me na me was 0 na ndem abedi 5 enye no ni onyamesompa se bebi e shia nipa na ground 0 no omunda ground 0 sa 10 20 years so na de bi o betumi akotokoto ye eno na enyamesom eyi enyamesom nti ema ye ni na ho na yenja idea no because all this mindset, African heritage, African history. So what's na brochi in fake bida? No, what should the difference between the children, the blacks there and the white children there? Fam more for him. Some you Christian, maybe a Muslim na that's it. No, it's a psychological mapping. Ubetinya ku school na could do a PhD by psychologically nipa. You can never amount to who you are ordained to be. You live a low life. But the financial freedom we are talking about, and you're in a or 3 months and as a will fee, and you're nubi. Into your Bahaya, Yamaya dream na one year shiate. Then yes, will be no person attacking religion. But the way we are, if we don't understand where we are, we'll never know what to do to get to where we want to be. There is no way we don't tackle the religious aspect of us. That's religion and changing. How can you say, look at even the same religion, Christianity, Muslim. Obisha sumadi unimerade. Esindia. Wansha sumadia unimerade sindi washa sumadi. And so you one day mukawa. What are you? What is that? And on the energy. Now be a catcher or one bodukua bompire erade enko erade ho. No ada na ne kumatoni be catch and de one moduku now bompe erade beti. Intin sisi ano omu ye middlemen. Na nyankopon de hen abrabo ne so monster. na yen yakobo kokoko enyo ma no mo se da Yesu wi ne tamadan ne mu pai e ma na obi atumi ko Kristo won nti adan ye besa akọ mo ho na just we are grandchildren and no mo ye children nti ehia nyankopon age ekusi omo so na o makobo kokoko na o makoje dia brain nti how can we accept these things as normal today? They are no more normal. Nti ema ye ni now because the truth is ebi mu nyanyanke ye ni ana o wi accepta. And all these people make sure say all the support system never me when you ada won church mu no on be you afini nyina. Have your best friend in the church, marry from the church. Whatever you own belongs to the church. That is what they are building. They are building legacies and empires. Nti ebe wi ase no na nko bi obetimi ehu aka ache o se be bia okwenye nti sa weche no we're disconnected from them. Nti wo ba sinki so low se wankasa wonni ndia wabra boreko. Na when you ba wo so no we 60, 70 na brabo na sa. We don't have the luxury of time to mess around anymore. Nti obi an kanche o seja wo so. Basa o so ne be ye wo hintu dia so nipa. Wo betena hell wa asase so ansa na wawu akọ heaven dia. Ene ye nyina ye ntena heaven wa ha. Ye nyina ye san wu asa akọ heaven. Enye sa dia na nsisi ya bem. Wo so manya braba papa bia, wo so yo nyame baby. There is nobody a second class citizen. So why are people living comfortable and yet they won't teach others the way to get there? And woman would teach to be no more interested abebre wase. Send a beya obetimi surrender. Ni watch o mase. Ni akacha o sa de nyame nkonko na ekasa. Nti onu kasa obi ya nkasa. Na nyame nkonko ye pese ehu onu nkasa. We don't want to hear your voice. We want to hear him. How come you are speaking? Are you not a human being like myself? And if you can speak, I can also speak when it comes to my life. And just said, how can the judgment they be judge obia individually? Why don't you allow us to also live? At least live a gist of the way you are living to, so that we can all be judged. Why are you living so comfortable here? And we'll show your followers at home. I want to sorry them. Obi in no de buy out nipo or bomb pie so pon obi ni obi left. Se nipa ni ye mistake that day. No series of meetings I'm sure SMBC. Or only law if a report the back. And yes, consider be all. Ebi mo so hu de ha sika bi obi so the part for sorry. Now no see accounting the elite. I don't know why ya dwene some things are normal to us. So ne be ye beti na tum. And yet they are broke. Or so them not testing. They be obenyamu back no kofia. Wako didi. Ezo katens and shop now one Saturday and you may now the baba sorry no. Fakot na shop now say what the one sem kikas and one backslide. And see every day, even a so bad sorry. And those people feel they are good Christians. We're mom pie 5 days, 5 times a day, or nye Muslim enough. Na juma na wafa na de bia upie de ko pie no. Na wudi chana tutu na se no. How do you expect it to work? So there's no way ya ebeti e musa Ghana for. Yen tackle with religion. We are not after any denomination. But what dream would da ko do be bia? Me kwa sorry be me fen chacho. Na ne oba be wari oba no na minim na me kujano because some year 3 announcements and some wa. Na besho be ma na sorry no. Ye introduce oba na ko gina wono na osofo na gina microphone mu say ye be wari wa jiwa ba Kristo mu na be bia wo ne de. So I picked my bag and I picked the girls' bag too. No, baby, I'm a mindset I could. Into introducing you, see from my penalty match. Mr. Gani besides all coins and meko. And you buy. How on earth will you think so? What's wrong here, Papa? See, will be dear. It took a wear a banner fee, a real say. I benyamimu. Such mindset. Into doctrines, Nakasano, a be now many of them are doing damage control. Now almost in Katai to my heaven. I feel my sentence have you. So consider pain now be to be doctrine. Na nipa ne koda no di ne nkokora bem na obeka se afa de obetimi ahya asomade erade be hu mobo a na wo asomade na wo enhye no emfa so be na ade abrɛ wo Many of them said, who divorce heaven. And today they are remarrying, second marriage, third marriage. Into question that Ben and Baba also said, what shall I bring so nipa and cost you mawa and your bonsam? Go to your roots, change the foundation. When you change the foundation and build upon it, it's a credible abrabo. They have brain your bonsam. And I said, think that's when you no a friend is awful. And apart me first thing I be and I see an answer that. Now what done any na 6 days in the prayer way. And more dreams and answer that. And I see a cockroach. Baby, I would see a cockroach prone zone. Into pain insecticide. Na cockroach be of fear natural before. You are spiritualizing everything. Everything as Ghanaians. To the extent that you're trying to say, Onyankopon bebo ya braba amayin. Ana so bi be hu ye mobo dakro. Na so bi hu ye mobo dakro. Na ebe ni na mo say ya ade akom. Na ye wu akọ heaven. Enti sa wo papa bi wo heaven wa pa. O twen sa wo beba. Na o hwe wo no wabo mu nyina sa ono ane sesu. Na ebi mu di. Na wo de bia wo sresre. Na so ka mu nyina abo mu se mo agya na. Ne ma. Wo je di sa wo papa na na ni je. Obetumi de wa ne ho. Se wo so ne ba ne wa na. Yes, sorry, near me any now. Because in Tasam, say, any baby yanka, any anahoda. And I'm so nim say, when either hope, once nankwa some you. When either hope, teachings be or so most a majority of his people are enlightened. Ultimately, Germany for certain and realm of you. What's your so then also the way and go for raising money? Any the way on we altar caller. They also found bag in the pee. Because it's not normal. Someone says, I may cosua. Ombe say ni penny a brain. Ya brain in kwaso. Financial freedom has nothing to do with the religious background. Ubetinya botons, ma tongues in the top for man. A baby or from biabi. And yet you can be broke. Broke pa. Emma manka sakraba struggle. Wankasa ubetinya dresses and pay. Is a liquid cash. Unibi. Because we salary 2,000, 3,000 now. Yes, many normal amount. Into upon the be a religious setting. Who may pay business being young count. Can you imagine we introduce the to be an culture say, when young coupons and for your son near Juma. Near Juma we had an amendment say. Because what send a middleman. There are people on the platform there. Prof, adverts no more be anywhere you product too. Or cotton their bro no agenda commission. We introduce which when you catch us and compensa and yeah, Juma, na middleman. If what Janice and what's natural them more than 10 years, na sabu and ye Jimmy and a yabem. In Tiaba and in now, near Pebby Bishi and the NDM, so sick as some son. And Pai Bobby Brew, how be jabble. Some things are prayed for, many other things are paid for. There's a whole chance that Yankopa they paid for non baby bomb pie and a Sikabiapa, Sikabiaremba, and a Sika be any baby. Obini ma catch us in an tricks. Who trending pure so when you're down? It's arrest my case.
Thank you so much.
No, my mammy, keke. The Sika Samsa. And I'm seeing D. was Kema, and the end effect. You won't go hell.
That's right.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. The case here. That's it. Fantastic. Okay. So you understand we will actually. Yeah, okay,
Legend.
Yes, I offer.
Legend, nam kwan so on network no be press into them amon kasa me pack ameba.
Nyame nka ho, be ya no bia. Fred Asante kasa.
Legend, good evening.
Yes, sir, boss.
Yeah. The me shama wa ye enkwatenten. Na unim bibi. Legend, say me share 1 month ni me kai say me frɛ na me kai say my wife na me say ni cousin bi Canada nsensem bi no mo de tata me no.
Yeah.
And Christmas so me frɛ say books no. Nti nyame adom ma to 7. So far, I'm done with all the 7. I think say I can't win African Advantage. And real estate new one abano any adem. Legend me who bibi. If you start reading the history of Africa, unya consciousness India, you become flexible in thinking. Na adia ba kwa me hu yen crofo, especially even office crime way. Say when someone begin to introduce them to a new light or new information, or when you're so fixated on the old belief to the sense say they are not ready to open up. Now, if you are saying to say open in the air, I say will be a dream because Accra you feeding every day. Mijiri says you Accra and you are not the same time, almost the entire life. In your necessary. And until you've been given a certain message for a longer period, and until sending therefore from bar, Mijidi said the first thing is Nyabotre, Tie Diani Panekano. No Coco say Ayono Krana. Because even in the good book Corinthians, Paul see will preach a barrier for no. They went back and Paul and Simon Kun say, na. And it's obi can be about religion, Nyabotre. And on what tip for all this while, we even for what Kufi no Kushum say Ayana. Legend was say no. You intentionally gave certain areas in history. I said Yokokusia. Mijiri say Okona Koya was research when you na bad. There you have an argument and say you have a case. But Obia cannot say one more areas of research as Okusia there. Unyan Kusia, you are debating. To me, like young Crawford, there is a problem. Now let them win BB. My baby who say our people need a deep knowledge, a greater light. I said, we are desperate in search of hope. And until obi obet my boy anu bia can crash bia chere mu say oh mu situation amu woman kwan we so na be fa so amayi mu frum bia say nipa na bedi na chi na say nimdie na ye hia no e ye fa ho de nimdie legend wonim since December me hu I've been very observant about certain things more yeah what spinters me person me body me call ho and na me drew counter no na I was paying na yamrantie na me buy omo ho no Bako, one of the ladies no na osre kakra. I think so one in the colleague counterpart almost kakra. Na said the China nisi tiana no. And then just say I was shocked. I said, what? In our own country. What about baby Juma? Afa yen crop for as tellers. Just come out. Now omu din koma kakra. What tia omu? More like the supervisor said they should concentrate on the job and stop what they are doing. Legend say who call Mola. You realize that even new Malcolm when you are there young crop on Akunya Crown Montibiso. They are standing and concentrate. A John away. In the attention, so we are no bra bench get to be or honor okakotenasi. Now Omeka cry no asaba. Again, just say Nimdia young crop no ehiano. And yet asem kitwa. Now legend Bible now him Abraham not onye here. Abraham was rich. Job no nye God restored the fortunes of Job. And unti just a religion na ye kana amount for a year, you know. Unti mean fa emma obra no enye restricted. You so that you don't express yourself fully in this life. No, that cannot be. Now, legend, with your permission, me person me can't say be one of Professor Molofekete Asante in the lectures we are not meeting in YouTube videos. I say in the 1980s, Okokosra Sheikh Anta Diop. It was so true. Sheikh Anta Diop Professor Anoka said, Professor, I want to be like you. That was the first statement. Second statement was say, I want to defend Africa. Now, Asema Sheikh Anta Diop Kachen say, Africa has no defense, and it needs no defense. You must advance. And unti menkasa bebre de meka che nkofo ane say, de kanyina no, we must advance. We must advance. Legend me that say.
Sharp. Freddie, that's it. Ofamanu Kasa.
Yo, boss. That's it. I'm ready. That's fine. Lectures out there, brain. I send you. I really have Fred kind now. History there. Waka. And never be how say call research near Baba. Religion, no. I to control a human destiny. And you know, to be a form of DNA of a so control destiny. Again, to know person control destiny. You know, because say idea when you freedom of free, sir, and you ma umutray free. Sanka you want to, you know, now maybe they may train financial freedom no, when it comes to the history in the religion. The restrictions they bring to your financial practices. So it didn't matter restrictions no also no. Because emphasizing on a charitable giving. But say menye commerce, na menye enterprise na. How can I be giving charitable their so-called charitable giving? Because me sorry I may ban and to do offering any idea. I don't see say me will be a main contributor bibi ba wa sorry wa mo betene mo behwe me because you should see it now in baby I be no tena e wa sorry dem mo. Religion also have career restrictions because there are certain fields you are fuck around puna. You just say I'm sorry to me restricted from not going for certain careers.
Wow.
And yeah, because me call SD you know certain Saturdays normally they might be all and me I sorry be I mean point SDP.
Obia will be or restricted when it comes to career.
Even ya boss mfue a kwaku freedom near the day. We're trying to one the woman appetition a very day. Snap this little bit to massa. Abusumfi yare the biane up to date yet any pako abusumfi our company. I did to almost 2 minutes and you won't train. And you won't tell you. And only I think say no who I say you more. Say you feel say ya benya nyame or die free sa ya classify we say we of some and we nyame. The idea you ko be kura dey abasi on dey patent graph aso no dey sudi kura kuso a na usuru say obekọ anado. Ni nyina ye fear idea say you mo but ni nyina ye classify ni nyina can religion no. Social pressure and guilt. Obi or in the one quite story Sunday. Obi feel so guilty. Or no to fear already the best you. No omu yeah. Why you so class sorry? I remember how about financial obligation associated with religious practices because you can't even be able to go. You have a one for the teacher envelope. The envelope will come miska. What's that called the envelope? I'm sorry now, but I chama yes one. I'm from anyone sorry. The last part I want to say, discouraging risk taking. But in this business aspect, any reaction conversation. So we will be also be taking risk. One thing I mean was a confidence, a willingness to try something. Because we build confidence. That means I did be about me percent they try. But who discourage me from taking risks? A better than your confidence. If you look, it's a confidence. So confidence is not feelings, a action. So I did a name I would say, you met Naha, let's say, Ubian who said, me feel say, yeah, Massa only confident. Dear boss, we training now, we have to practice it and we have to take it into action. And do be and natural real estate and about my reading book and my essay now we need to be about enterprise now we will take steps. You don't have confidence in what Mr. Obin is teaching. And then now boils down to history, no religion, no as the best settle financial freedom. You know, boss, and one thing I'm going to say, maybe I started from zero. What is baby free? What is started free, baby? You know, and then one who sang him away, and I say, and then I was starting. So you have to start from somewhere. And you challenge every belief, Biana, what you have to. You have to challenge it. Maybe challenge it, media, and I'm still doing it. And you also find something what someone can let's challenge, you know. If you have a grana, a local seeker, and as a enterprise, if you want to be amount, I'm out to watch my year, and also the with me. With my divorce, I mean, and the idea is any part of buy and a cassette, you know. If we can 2 minutes now. If we have some about 2 minutes. On the 30th, they will buy your 5, there were so many hours. Won't you for seminar? No, you can be sure. You're spending more time. I've had the extreme. I'm going to short now. If you listen to me, I say, why? And I must say, it would have been no accountable. I mean, accountable. The original amount for Swaba.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Bye.
AP Kasa. AP.
Good evening, Mr. Owen.
Yes, sir, boss.
Really, the Deacon that was a my follow watching almost very 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, my person, the Deacon can say, the first Sunday we have time, Saturdays, we make transfer almost more than 4 hours. All because of your knowledge. Now, Misha said, Edi watching the Mahuni said, knowledge, you know, very important. Nipa, a more different knowledge now pick here. The shape of life, the more like who acting very differently. Nti never catch us that was it. Now which any black a better so I can na time is be draw effect in a baba. Now a net topic is with the near meeting I can say me sure say obi de sika e hye me nsem let's can era nipa de ba me no obi bisa me most times yes here the cry ya brabo ache nyamensa. But if there's any challenge sa brabo na ide che nyamensa na ye blame bonsa ye blame nyame na ye de ya brabo na che nsa no ti ama frankly sometimes we try to now dream one want to say but still I gidi and never when say encourage for you more information more knowledge. But yeah, na ye fu ba na ya fu oni adamfo di ehun koma se na ebe ya obeti ase ya so masua ati asem na se no na e different in all together. Nti ye na de me ba so asedan kwa na me de ma na ye share obo se obeti ye nkan da ache uche ni lives na dia effect will take place in the year, but gradually no because yeah 18 no yentity and as any said you must be that 40 no you have different side na generationally no you sure say gradually a bit chigi na the mechanism that was yankupo inshallah bye.
Thank you, AP. Thank you very much. Opa Bokasa. If you are not Kuyaba. Opa Bokasa.
Yo, Mr. Obey, Pacho, good evening.
Yes, I was. Evening.
Yeah, dancing in church, no. Any name, Diana, dining now, the man, no. Me, me started on 1st December 2024 now. Just 2 months, no. Changes about my life, money. No man met me, you know. It's amazing. If we're my chance here, December, no. Me kwenya be 4 acres binti ye be chance sisia ye nyini agro me fast. I don't joke. So me ene dem pese me kan say Jesus Christ na ye di na chino no. He wasn't that much of a religious person, no. Na say me kind Bible pan like I take time to read it. Jesus Christ was a non-conformist. So I'll even give you some of the passages. First one, okay, Mark chapter 3, verse 4. And at time now, yes, healing will be on the Sabbath. So at the time, no, one of their religious beliefs was to respect the Sabbath and keep it holy. Inti omono na Sabbath no ma so mu din omo nya hwe. Yesu bae na maami bi na we say oyare na Yesu esa na yare na mu bufu ye no they even wanted to kill him. And what Jesus said was that which is lawful on the Sabbath, to do good or to do evil, to save life or to kill? That was a question that Jesus threw back to them. And it says he looked around in them, deeply distressed at their stubborn hearts, and said to the man, that is Nipakona no yare, no, say, stretch your hand. He stretched it out and he was completely restored. Then the Pharisees went out and began to plot with the Herodians how they might kill Jesus, because he had broken the religious belief. There are so many instances where Jesus Christ did not even, he wasn't a religious person. Because even, for example, it was part of their religion to be selling in the church and things. So Jesus Christ himself was not a religious person. He knew he was the truth. So I say, the religion, actually, I want to say, Jesus Christ himself was not a religious person. If throughout the Bible, there are so many instances na Pharisees for because he was going against the religion. He used to perform miracles on Sabbath days. He used to go mundi. There was another part. They don't wash their hands in the way that the people do it. That was their religion. It was a practice. Jesus Christ shunned it. So even Jesus Christ himself was not a religious person. We don't read the Bible, so Jesus Christ was not a religious person. He was very different, non-conformist. That is why they wanted to kill him. He was, in quote, a rebel. Because when we say there was no like love in the people, they were just interested in the religions of the Romans and religions of the Pharisees and all those people. It was just religious practices they were doing, but they were very wicked people. There are so many instances in the Bible. You realize, say, Jesus Christ, religion. He was very, very unique, a very, very independent thinker. He used to, even the way they used to pray, like everything he did was not according to the customs of the people. So we should not, let us read the Bible for ourselves and think independently and draw our own conclusions from the Bible. And when you read it, you see, say, no. And I say now, so my dear friend, I say, my family have Kodipa, me no more concern. Or buy men share trousers, men share trousers, men yewe, boduku. Edu ebini as when on my TV impo. As when a satellite sing Obekono omo church in our more satellites, our more here satellites. But some years ago, they used to say deeper life when one heard TV. Now satellite, no, and yet television technology now. So if you follow these religious teachings, you will always be down. It will put you down. They are so and they say so for banana bodyguards best 7. Now yes, you Christian call bodyguards and come. I mean no na moje tu no. Obet ma question atad him. Today you see a man of God. There are about 4 bodyguards all. Now say na me too kwai me say airport so for be by big man me money din. Me say pastor say dinechi bear 4 here. Omo ko na omo ko we say one African country be. And I was sitting there at the boarding pass just waiting. And I'm saying, hey, na nipa ba ko baby nipa dinechi na Yesu Kristo no ko no or bodyguards anka mama na moje tu no obetima kwaso na third imagine ayaresa. Bodyguards no kra. So sometimes when you look at these things, you realize, hey, I say, we are so lost. We don't even know what's happening. I say, we are so lost, and it's sad. So when you start arguing and you start questioning people's beliefs, you're like, hey, Charles is here there. Why I think and I'm saying Bible no cry won't kind. Me kind. So what do you mean by minim? And let's think. Let's Ghana every year. Mr. Ben, Thank you so much for all you are doing.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. You came in with very strong points. Wow. Sawa. Selewa. Ukiyakaza. Ukuya. Ukuya utumengakaza. Christianity. Paul, no Christianity guarding for prosperity. Yes, go to the churches and see. Yeah, I want it. Sorry, original call.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Hey, yes, madam. Good evening.
Yeah, that was you. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it. Man, Mr. Bing, a lot of people have said this, but I think it's worth repeating. Hey, I still don't know anybody who's doing what you're doing for us. Like, and then then I'm like, how privileged we are to be here. It's such a privilege. Say before pa yenya say na yedimu adimre hours upon hours. Say yenema a bed bu and yema ye sinti duane. Say I like Mr. Bing is beyond. And I'm saying because I'm so full. Say. Me what words no crime me news and famount. And it's the way my the way my it's more than university. First when I'm me see high school. Now it's beyond school. I will say you boy I but like another you be at the man the way my it's beyond religion. It's exactly what we need and even more. You know, I was listening earlier and Kankam was saying, recommending axioms of Nkrumah, and he read some of the, some paragraphs and stuff and things like that. And then I was saying to myself, they may have killed Nkrumah or however it went, they destroyed his government and all of that. But a new generation is being...
That's true. Okay. Kaza. Okay. Oba no akasa why you kofo. Okay, so after the journey and religion, financial freedom, and African history. On Thursday, 30th of January, you have an online seminar. It is a participate be that brofakes here. I join be. Also send the message 0246631 31874 02466 Now, beside where they are non free 200 Ghana cedis. Okay, as I'm brother join it, okay, and before so Ubebano. I know Ernest, I know Kasa. Then we'll come to Yao and Kwame. I know Kasa out of Inca.
Okay, boss. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Me teach you will be our platform with you.
Of I also.
Boss, I'm Michelle. And the topic is also a chat easy.
Danny.
Chat I can say last 2 weeks now my name is sister. I'll catch him say I can say or no na bra boss yi it what is of being can na person okoho na ube hu so for no keke no kra na 1,500
Fantastic.
Hey, and me or catch them no. Me sure say meet me I'm outside scan say pakum. Just who solve keke 1,500. Hey, na just say me say no. Meanwhile, Mr. Bean, only me brother Makwan Bao. But no, I hope say Oba, sir, we never want it too much.
No,
And I how this is boss. But me brother need you no buy no because them say, hey, na NS, Papa wish you know. Na if I come to cry na who, I'm so you on YouTube was Sammy like the way I'm seeing who we as was Sammy. Wasesa me kura nti ono de ono so oba no so bibi akọ tim pa wa ma ye pese ye bibi ase kura by my sister ne de ono still na say on she na get o da so sunsun
o si bibi na ye no mo
but just say
o si bibi na ye no
o si bibi na den am ka jen so means the way I'm see is here and masa what to na what to name ya just say adwena kasa no say the odwin no say na wo but what shall say wo dream different na won say normal je na nyehu so me share say meet you no like na me so me dream the same but me share say meet you no ma who say no I say me dream different so Mr. Ben me share say meet you no like just say adibi pa na eda me so na me susu say obi na ebe ya ama me no Mr. Ben last me show video back one sa video no me share no like me who say no as a me and as a me take charge of my life na Mr. Ben I didn't eda me so ni nyina na free me so like I don't know say we I don't know say we so for I don't know just say I don't know so we so for I don't know hey she said na just say me was of my we gra na obompa ya mami I was adding no but me say me ti o no ade na tie free me ma dwen mu they say am dwen how am say atoto me niam o me dwen sa ade no ba bi so sa ade no so na wa dwen nu ene na eba me ho e monam ani so it me say me take charge of me ankasa me body sa ade na dey tie free me ni so kra me so bi
wow
so was serious like oh yeah juma me say so for be anywhere I don't just say so for be anywhere the oh yeah the more than gospel cry just say serious me say now me na ma like me go bold me suro bibia be boss me suro bibia just say how be cry ba me say oh how we no like me limit how no ma teach oh how we any say we fast our process so I won't say how no I saw boss me minister pa na eduma o esun pop me minister ti kakra me so me kan no me minister boss
thank you I know thank you
boss but I dey wa say me na anti tili number
yo
benya
ya kai me
me ba you boss
yo
me ba you boss
all right thank you I know yo and take you to also
So bring mun ka from me internet sign.
oh who's that who's that no man
What got me the internet?
the bug on the internet okay usi got a sign usi got a sign
And I be saying animal and
hey
so man
okay
omu meeting no
I'm doing them since passing.
as I was saying Mr. Baby sorry sir as I delay mo find time in
it's okay.
I'm just marveled. I think say he has to come because idea we and Mr. Being is so special for yen bibi for yen new pia ye bibi sama and it's not even like I say yeah a little bit dependence. They say oh my yen denying us which is good. But what you're doing for us no being a testimony see back left right and center. my own life has been literally transformed. You know, the other day, na obi busam say books are be making kanya and na me keka books ya and I make I say, wait a minute. And threw me some be that and I started crass and me go deep into all these things. They say Kobi busam say books ben I was a mekanya. I was me first of all, the first Bible should be all your books. Because through then no na only panel ebe starting the right direction because me starting me reading deep reading first but me kind books for me so being but then say baby I didn't feel no me so and no yeah what I want to say Mr. Bain, you know me call school no man short inside the answer but then no Mr. Bain say can now jam me I think make us have 1 hour because and near my wa broso no when I went to school arts but I studied criminology. Na ye criminology ne sebi they say am niema bebre na no mokeka woni say first background na wo mo aye crime say ye de wo Mr. Ben.
Wow.
Na wo mo fa obi no omo afa obi ti na wo mo omaka say omo sheda ka say oh nipa ne say ni ti na shape say ya na ono ye born criminal se nipa no ne tini enye akwabi ye fena lambroso Italian ono no start service za niema no eno ono mu gitumo they were teaching us history of like criminal justice system and how far it's coming right now. They say they are not using that anymore, whatever. But Mr. Obin, along those teachings now, no, be a first pani if you see the war, or the another critical thing they taught, and this one it became practical for me because of the work I went on to do. They taught a lot about psychopathy, you know, when somebody's a psychopath. And I'm not even talking about a sociopath. I'm actually talking about a psychopath. And one more a psychopath, no, that person is beyond healing. Like whether they were born that way, they say that science they are still using it. Like in terms of categorizing people as psychopaths. When I was in the prison system, we used to categorize people as psychopaths.
Without how do you test that?
They test it. They have a test. It's called, this guy is a Canadian guy, but he went to the States. My friend Robert Hare. You can Google him. He came up with a PCL and then R revised test, and they use the PCLR test to categorize a psychopath. If you score anywhere from 29, 30 near above, just say and so they use that even till now. And Robert Hare's test is one of the kind of saying the Oma Diatum, Oma accept it as a respected one. Used to Canadians, you used to America for use up to now. Now, it's a categorized as psychopath now, Mr. Bain. That means to say whether you are born with it, I think they are kind of they're speculating whether you're born with it or whether you're socialized into it. And no. We are beyond redemption. We are what that you we need conscience. We need conscience cry be can say. We need think. So we need think. It is say about him say me pese me kokum sebi asume say no answer ofat you. No akokum won feeling no feelings. Psychopath no. Wo kum we are obetimi at diwate wa bra sebi what efunu nchen sebi mo fan me. What need feeling? What need feeling? What need say, Mr. Bain? Enti, ye de ba chi moi. Chi no, ye said that need that you need that category of people, no, ye society more aside. Maybe we do, but we haven't really. We are not that say evil and I be beside. Into your culture and ye coming up with that word for say psychopath, but the closest word yen chiefon and I say before no ye bet me Eddie point the closest no cry that psychopathic no will be obi me can say abro is the maybe the worst word ye can say obi abra Mr. Ben. That means say any panel in a way I say yen terms no ubeka say As a won't me answer son of beat as a or ya bro, a dear be away be an apessemin kunya bro was set when I didn't say or say I didn't call ye mo be a bia or ya bro sem. It is a broy, Mr. Bing. And then me come at because some now Boston too much, too much. I brought buy a chrome no, Mr. Bing, any near my near man, I won't be ye no. One sooner or more buying no, including one religion and near my near mama de buy any near more be ye guhano. Yen and I do many two form no. The only word they could use to describe these people was the worst word we had in our culture. And that's abrofo. Abrofo. It is all to say a fret. A question brony abrofo. And was say your kaya coin and anum one you could busa warm. The only who yentia what because apart from say brony becas a psychopath no. Yeah, is okay. Another word, Mr. B. I know say. Say before be abroad, meaning add another word. And I broke 77. So from be a
what's in the correct F for the Okado? Mr. Hawana about dinner.
Yes.
Lombroso.
Yes.
Lombroso, almost so you
have Ghana. There you go.
Ghana Police School in criminology.
So, Mr.
Somebody the same thing a judge or how police officer.
Thank you. There be our important education. So, Mr. Bing, it's a broad way at the near my buyer, your society more. It's here for you to me, make a be a mamma, Mr. Bing at Aroma. Now, ya dear tum pampi, I find your ma. Now, Mr. Bing, I could say, I didn't a dear. Ya sign the word in ye. I sign defend Mr. Bing, me bury, I say. Many abo for me what more but many abo for sign pa in fact do maybe not minimum brofo cry time before said it was terrible. Me who say brony be extra baby I can some bonia for brony one more quarter who da. So we Europeans yeah we are very wicked people we kill the Indians and we enslave the Africa
don't say
brony one can be that. And so me bibinidie ye pony a yibi kakra bi mami and master Africa then come be now who correct me fast and I thank you for that. Hey, we are very poor, we are corrupt. You job of any mami so be you can't answer me but broni bi ni ho a obeto to ni na omo de no tan e bon kan kra chen ye de.
Yeah. And I say, you know, audition about to be out of the Maya Castle be that because the Asantes were the ones who brought Northerners, kidnapped them and sold them. So wow.
Oh.
Well, it's your history, yeah. Over candy and it's okay.
Oh.
And I'm so
he has a lot of following.
Yes, and it is not true. The
How
whole
can that be true?
business. Yes, the whole business was not schemed by Asantes. As a matter of fact, Komupa, Arabs in Tonenipa. Asante will go there and fight them. And sometimes capture even some of the ones that are not fighting for Arabs. You know? And many of those people are Asante. Asante Krab is powerful, not in the 16th. It's in the 17th. Or let's say the 18th. And once in a year, the loose stock. You say, make us half out there. So, Brunin, Ninsem, Noonin, and Bodam, some Timothy or Bonina, Nana, and Coach never been conscious, and I mean, and Timothy. Timothy in that. And it's so clear that in call for the Bonipa will yes. In as much as my Papa Cacran. Boneno would disseminate on what the doors, and I'm talking to the. I said, won't tis or more can. And the end fire Hokrano. The Bebo Modia de Abeca.
Yes. Yes. And they throw a lot of shade at Asante. I've noticed that. Almost said Sanya Manasepa. And there's a guy here, the last name is Cambon or he's a professor or friend who been for you might know him very very gone. Was it ye heroes no broni be dada wa convince so ye enemy obi ananka was say no ye hero no obeka to say nipa no ye wan enemy enti wo mo ba Africa de bia na asantefo to ma ya me nkofo no be braje atum eto so hwe mo ko abrofo na ya asantefo no but enya
asante enka wo be fa hanya
because broni no hu sa asante no ho edin nti wo be convince say asante ni nye
enye
oya otamfo tere be ya mo ba boa no yi asantefo na fro yi asantefo na fro ha no akonka mu nyina
no ma
yemre so Mr. Obi, so many things you said today are just so profound. You know, so profound. Like religion, the buy any sign, Mr. Obi, in the brochure, religion, and yes, are charitable. How when they set up charitable organizations associated with the Christian churches now, charitable organization, their administrative costs alone, almost sometimes be a 90%. And so I can also describe African, your friend say orphans. No, what did you collection now? No, what did you $1,000? What didn't you? Thank you. Maybe $10 be no a better Africa. A scheme. And no be a bahani and so it's say they be a same way. So I did be a like me can say they are already almost bet sell corruption. So not bet sell corruption. Churches no. How can a whole Catholic church sanction slavery? And tell them Busam who say is a Catholic church. What is it, a church or what is it actually? Like what is Mr. Obi? Mr. Obi, and then cry your father friend.
It is where I go.
Is it a church? How can you call yourself a church? Now we sanction slavery.
And no, but study the history of the Vatican. You see it.
So,
oh yeah, read it. Study.
You, Mate.
No. Study it. As a matter of fact, so what the soldier for no, omote, some rena non person omo penetrate any part of Africa. Na omoko na sa sorry ni ntimi nya adwuma na ono so for na kofa soldier for no dia ba no jabeto.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, they work together and they still work together.
We also we a church.
Yeah, grow for it. Just Africa already. Yeah, any.
This will be my fancy point. I'm sure a cover 20. To them, I'm
you.
A dog to my make us say, your friend say Bible. No, answer Mr. Obi. The Bible actually, and let me show people Facebook. Or my said that Obi and female. I'm Jana present spark a conversation. Be what was the Bible? No. Well, actually, almost suma yen a did it for me. Them cries Bible no almost fan to pumun and yera. Men friend who a did it for. Almost suma yen court will be a challenge Bible no so because also cast Antichrist or be a 1 union or Antichrist. Now Antichrist no what is the Christians instructed to do to the Antichrist? Antichrist finally you be kunu you be any say you be destroy na yes aba. It is so criticize the one religion na. It's almost like Bible not smart almost a woman attack you because we are certain code or maybe Antichrist. It's no more who can't say be no more bow so it's like automatic like car engine
That's right.
It's just Mr. Obi, yeah, funny. I saw being track nyame. And can yame some papa ne say, maybe I'm a congrembi, and I will be car me na me fa haban be. I'm this is on a coy and I'm so any a haban ye minyame. Mina me name the jaban ye minyame. Why organize all this corrupted so-called religion? Why? Mr. Obi, young Kodana, I mean, fancy her. A karma.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah, Yehovah. Shirano. Near Yehovah. Shirano. Only pan to me, sign near Yehovah, Shirano.
Nadi na enye shira oni pantumi sanya Yehowa shirano. Oh, nadi na ye shira. Omoma ya tu se ya behu se ya ye mremre ye wura spirit no man ya bosa ye wi ane kwasra ban fache. Ya cool confidence for the rest of your yeah. Na ye fa maniko.
Me that was even Yankopo.
Me dawasioda. Me dawasiowa ye diama.
Hey, aside
Wadia wa ye dawasioda. Wadia ye dawasioda. Legend. Nyamishrao. Oba de tonkom. Na no nka ho. Na ubie nipa ni obo adwuma. Na se me de me se nyame adwuma bi wo ba bia na wo ye no. Enye I prophesy in dabi me prophesy nyina me nya visa wo da nyame ase. Ntimete han de enye nyame pe na me de ti ha wo. Bonsam bi epe nti na me be pie Ghana. Enye nyame asem eye ntro. Enye nyame asem. Nti legend nyame asem bi wo ba bia no na wo ka no. Asem wo be ma wanya kukuduro ewo wo mu. Na wahu se asase so a wo ba ye se nyankopon wo pese nka odo ko heaven a enso nkyɛn no obi obbo wiase na wiase no kra na ya describe no laja mimi de mihunu se o mo ka se wiase a eye just this our solar system.
Yeah.
Into the observable universe. What is the observable universe no kra na yeah can say a bit take you billions of light years before we get to the edge, no. And no can we ask no more can.
Wow.
And so me, when I read the Bible and I listen to them, I know said they are even limiting the powers of God, if indeed the God exists. Because you are just telling me saying Yami bo just these few planets and our Earth can. And so all those other billions of galaxies, no, and you no yeah. So that is what makes me question their book, their doctrines, because they wrote it based on their understanding of the universe at the time.
That's right.
Me sure says I'm reading and come and come back to before.
Wow.
Enti yes MBA yani. Me gidi say nyame osunchen said you describe no. It's not true. Omo de no mboa. Omo limiting to me. Na nyame a ono ye kwaje visa ye bom pa ye frɛ no na ono ama ye nya visa de ade ani pa hyehye na nyame na ebe ADS ye nkunya true ye ntro ye nkyekere boni intelligent nyame adwuma bi wo ba bia no na wuye na o liberate nipa o manipa ade omo ho age omo ho afiri nkwaso mu why ade enu ana me ne madam fu bi nam na minim ba bia conversation no kofa bae. Ese omo no we are brainwashed. Bibia no won say hu bibi papa e wo broni ho in every way, but bibi need ye be bonen ko a enti ni e kan asem no bia na e beto mu no se o kan se bibi o kan bibi nam se no sa de we e happen in England cry west case until forget it. I say entia on say the can abrofo no de natural disasters kura the way omu from west pa so still omu tumi back na ohun say omu no kura no mabo no tumi tutu omu enso nyame ye te ha no nyame adawuru manti bibia antoye na okay na so okay offer meti ase nyame adom tina bibia antoye. But se uko wafuom udo afuo fofora na uduru forest na uto emu seeds egu nsam wo spread a wo disperse na baabi abekọ akogu no de ebe fifiri wo mu no eye baabi asase no ye very favorable supporting life at best. And a be free. A honso na be so abapa. Na as I see so science actually say life began in Africa. Life began on earth in Africa. Enti say life e beginning wa ha. It means say a ha na the most viable. A ha na the most favorable. A ha na bibia to edida na kwam. Enti omo tete other places ne there. It's just migration. Omo de omo so omo ntra ha no koye. Enko duru how you have to bear with the conditions of that place. It's not contra baby na nsuo nto 6 years ah. Uko is okoto ye na so betenam. So if you don't like it, come back. And it's a broni no hurricane no bo na plane to me lande na ne dance to me say England we have to ba na park da ho na obi anka no na eja atom. Ghana ha esi wo hin. It doesn't happen like that. This effort to be a banner so be a cautious cigarette be a to atwin baby. I have so entire shisa. Onam kroma ohun wusie dodo senye katwa. Wusie sen de free nipa no mu pie. Onye secondary smoker ukrum hada. But ya no fu be bom pa ye say yenkwaje omo nyoma ne enko. Eti life no yes started wo ha. Na say started wo ha dia wo na Nyankopon di kan bo wo. Say ampa so na bo nipa dia wo na Nyankopon di kan bo wo. Nti ba ne say no bi na ebe kire wo say de yesom sa anyame no.
Wow.
Bibini bia mi sa no ho sa question. If life began on earth in Africa, you are the first creation. Ubia ya uba. Nti wa ade enti no bi uba anase wasini obi a wo free mu apie. Ya wa be develop hatred. Ama wo no be kire kwan a wo be fa so a wo be som sa nyame na wo no bo wo no. Nti ubisa ho sa questions we nyina wanya answer kra be mu wo hu som na wodi akire no. Say ye Christianity, say ye Islam, say ye whatever. Wa dwen na be sha say click ye adwuma. Na e wase me yani da ho. Me no aya isom no me pese me de bebam because ye esua principles. And that be make us say the wutwin car na wo bonyum. Enyum no a wo bo no it has nothing to do with you who drive car no de akọ ukuro ma ba no. Enyum no enka ho car no beko. Etu de o se bompaye. Unim car ni twin a wo beko aba. Wa mompaye. Unim car ni twin wo beko aba. Enti enye nyom no na de car no ko. Esom religion ye kan no. That is the role of religion in productivity, in life, in finance, in bibia was as so a physical, akwa na say physical. Oh, na ye can say ade na ye de kyekere boni awura nipa mu. Na ye say nyame amfa mfiri soro amma ye ntumi nye. Na yetumi aya ma obisa akora ne se te sen nyame adom nipa no dayare mpa so aka ne 2 hours obisa se te sen nyame adom me ho ye unsu nim se wo ho nye ya program ye in a way but enu po de nkan na nchen yetumi a kire ye se si ebe yi a gisi yesugu nyame so na yenya destiny helper eti ye bompa ye twen obi obeba ba yi afri ye hawa ye namu ni ewure bi say nipa no be yi afri ye haw no mu no so ye nipa to say ya. So instead of waiting for the destiny helper, Mr. Bendaku is teaching you to be that destiny helper for the next person. But no ye nkyere wa soro ho because sofo no akasa no ono no obobo ahiafo ano no je o musika no waye yi oni foundation no kwanya ye fa so a o say obu o ha da bia ya kan asem wo se akora no so no ankasa nam wo try so nante na oto form a obesori but so obi pia no no kwate pa e no bepra and I say one sorry biem say yedie no ade ba ko amahu oka da bia but no crep through do obi epia ho and so obi so wonsa na ode ukosi suru ho no ma bibisi na ba fom a gise nipa ni san ba no san be so wonsa do ko pase wow de dese ye twa na sorry na ye wow na ugina pitin na ko fom na fe ko duru suru ha wa na fa process no mu enti se wo san ba fom a obesan afro na sofo no wan fa sa process no mu nti ono kire wo yedi a kwan ben so no de fa so kire wo nipa dodo asen ena obetumi a kire wo se yenko na monko keka hiafo mu kasem we kire wo na omo fa omo se ka mre mo na mo fa nya yie na out of 100 people in the church how many people can do that? It's impossible. About 1%, if not less than that. Enti se ye kan say ni ye kire wo kwan a obefa so na wo so wadi a eya kinye no ye mfa to nchen because you start religion you how many years ni wa ankasa kura na wo ji kinye no wo trimo no wadi mfie sen hwa wo maame no wo papa disi asore no ade ba ko ato asore no so kura ya yie wi asore furu ho ayie ade ba ko awie time awie productive hours pa no ayie yo ye kwa sorry Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It is say mimi nya president bi pa be cracking crofo way down and ka many be jitu he ka me bo powder. Na man nam krom to say the man winning assembly man about one.
Honorable.
Honorable. I was say religion there. Yes, because legend no na ma ohia no doso. Religion cannot solve any problem in Africa. Eba no morals kra na mo se mo stand for no kra na mo antumi solve morals.
Sure.
Antumi an correct it. Na ye can say na we defend ya. Legend can say be the bia say if you know the truth, if you have the truth, you don't have to fight for the truth. Leave the truth can fight for itself. No kra na kasa be ko ama no ho. Enti say obi a defensive so much entro na ono ya kire no enu ti na man ye defensive.
That's right.
Because ukra nokra na wo se wa kire nipa no nokra eni anka kire nse man nkokan book bia biem wo de ja no ono akochia obeba
yeah
et sa akora wo stubborn woman treatment correct wo fie pa so so obepia bonten obeboko oboko a obenya onya treatment that say the other man wo fie no den obeba nti se usuro se wo be lose members no dia it means say wa kire o montro na ntro no so reflect wo mabrabom enti yenja nkrofo no mo mo ndwen mo ho. The brain is for thinking. Humans are supposed to create. Eni sada bia ye ka kire ye bisa say I can say that be managing normal solution based on the question, based on the scenario, based on the condition of womb. But religion will not allow you to do this simple thing.
Wow.
Now me na me nkasa bibiri ya time akọ. Me say if you are Ghanaian, who you Ghanaian, who say 99% of the yechre wa sorry them yechre wa mosque is not meant to set you free.
Whoa.
E bia ni ho ebema wanya kukuduro mpo wo mu se wo na abaye. Wo ye ye kra wo se nyame. Na nyame no ha no se wa ye yie na waka se mia na me ye ya na. E ha no wo kan wo hemfa.
No.
O kan wo hemfa no kan se wo ya ade na waka se me yaw me na me ye ya. E ha nyame. So ya bisisi ama ya ma na ye se boni o. Nti ye kan kra asa de ya ye boni no. Nti say wa sorry dem mu a no problem, but you make sure say we are consuming the right information. I mean sure pass information na dey my ho no have no kra na emfa yan koduru gate heaven and fire could do gate. Say, oh, ha. Enti, asasi something here. We are here for here. We are here to make this place better. Maybe and I know be beside me saying, who can't say we not just say, oh, the heaven no could be. No, my mama has said me call heaven. Now me cry me who. I say, I won't say, yes, me who. Now me papa won't you, papa, one now who so won't we. I mean, I don't know Jana or no Casano. Papa can test the bones, not testing the DNA. Now family chimoja not test the DNA. It's the same thing. It's you. It's how the audience will be. It will say ha, oh man, a baby. Our duty is to make sure, say, the natural instinct, which is survival and twasu forever. Because the source of life on earth, no. And it is so long as the sun is there, and say ha, the earth is still here. The day I didn't say Herbert and was there, yeah, have baby, I live anyhow, you live in poverty. And okay, you never call heaven near Jatum. Yan Sabium. Into ha, be a dream. Oba now be jetting, I said, you ever took you abo. You better attack you. Serious, you better attack you. My yes, sir, my yen and animal some crown is to see a mukusia. Young goons are hobby. Young good say na momu inauguration my Muhammad and man mini TV. There was some baby. Man let your mugu san.
Man.
No mugu crack a bear mama. We say asamo. You see I'm Ghana no bibia imported do. Boxer shorts. Even how to worship God more important. Eti photocopy be na e no. I was say hey you. Ya me wa baby an buafu adwa star bia bi. Say mo pa PSA pa na wo wa photocopies ano. No. David. Legend me the base here. Ya me ani na ho. Na ye na wose ye kire wiase nyina se de ye som nyame. Enye omo na be kire ye se de ye som nyame.
Yo.
Nti o de also na nanom som abosom a no problem. But uko Japan and Wako the same thing. So we're under prisoner.
Yo.
I mean, count on legend.
That's right. Yeah, no. Ne, but you too. Kwam kasa ya we dasi. Kwame. Hello, Kwame kasa. Kwame ni wa. Everyone kasa. Everyone.
Yeah, legend. Legend, good morning.
Yo.
Yo. Right. Yami shall get it. Say to me, yeah, my class.
My voice is also kakra.
I say Yami shall. Or say, which means that Jemai. It's me time about 5 hours. I still, but that's what for my hour with the church. And then some of the buyer. I can say, no matter I could see last week out there, I can say, again, they were preaching Yankasa, and that's the same thing. They would if for you, baby, yeah, and no, but if for be any baby, the same one, in your baby. Now, who can we have some of the chat or last week, they will say, you are with a vision. And no crime. Now, yeah, our back was some hour, they started and said, you see, teacher, and said, what they say, may you call. A horna day I want to be brayano, a horno, or we yagin for so. Inti, or more campaign for an able baby say. Say, we through Crum in our benya, we are grabwas. My eno yakofan say, Pia ya bank of West Yankwa, and yano, name of one back was some one seven yaka. So we through our back was someone, if we are see we obey Jira. Dear, baby, I want them and the obey me. I want, but when it put a crumpunty, I want. Now, what can na religion no e ma ye kwan ma ye nka nti obi be ka che o se broni ba ya nsa na ye hu nyame hwan e ka kire o nti ye na mo no munim nyame no mutimi eto body ni bi din me eto symbol ni bi din say ginyame ti broni de be chechire sa na ma we ansa na da bi yenim nyame dada body ne de ne be share so said ye be ya ye beto ye de na dwene watimi adi ye so na ye ne ma pa ye wo no ono ne nsa timi aka because ne both pay nyina no no watimi afa ye numu what the start adwen no asesa adwen no ntina nse udi de wo kan bia ye say ye be ya adwen ho adwuma ya adwen ho adwuma ya adwen ho adwuma pe ni me de na asesa adwen no na sa adwen nya ye papa wa brabo ne ma bia wo ye bia ye papa no ndi religion de cause more harm than good. You can't tell where your war religion more or sorry more. But be a dear coffee fire and near my soft for Kaya. Now we yet to me quite sorry, so to me catch yourself. We are a war on Ushim Yen and Akara heaven. I would tell us on Okra count heaven. No, I G 72 cities. My name's a heaven plots on the camp where they are.
Any more day.
Then, a more day. Yet me can just say, spiritual marriage also, but I need make him out. You are 82 cities. So for to make a child say, homono, yana nanomu, Upia could be abo so much into home. Yen the cow home, went in a year spiritual depth amount. So be out the cow home. In the basa, we are Juma Winnie. I know what they open. Now, Stanley, my winning. That doesn't read the document. Pope Francis Mokan be said, or say, they intentionally created heaven and hell so that they will put fear in people. In the Saudi and say, "Ya boss of pet, let you be room, what fade your way was as this will be on, and when ye be is a heaven." Opening at the assam in himself, better. Young can't be now heaven be over there. Yes, we can't declare that or say, wow, woman. Na asase onyankopon de ma abode na ode share wonsa eno kura mpo no se wantimi anhwe so na heaven bi na afi na onyankopon kwakosisi do akwatana hwana wote ha wasase wo se no wo se wo nsuo wo se wo nua wo se wo dua ne wo se abode wutimi fa dua aboa no nam ho no ne de abono pawu na aboa na ebere we wo se wo nim nyame na wo sen wo legend
everybody, that's it. That's it. That's it.
Open Yamin Shrow. Now, seminar, no, ya prepare is your seminar. I want to even the like seeing in us. The Baba German so I can already Shrow. Now, it's your bush for
you. Right. Also, all right. Come, Joy.
Mr. Ben also.
Okay, Kazabam. You are the last person here, please.
Oh, Mr. Ben, that's some of the Ethiopians and that's not I want to say, come on. Religion and financial freedom there. And time while cry, will be also can. What the trust them no can ye born bra ye deal what trust them in maybe say ye deal what trust in mudia. I didn't know here for the door now was or a tear saw them. Na money that swore any one pay say Nyankopon bemo my ye. Inti se upisu di ya ye wo niema so ye niema o ye ni binize wuti sense we bi wo bin da ko che ni omo ka ho ina so upisu o tena wo hia mu a wo san so tie se o che so nyame obecha manaso obia so chema eso abo atete akoso and say what God cannot do doesn't exist. Inti de bia no wo twen se Yesu beye na obaye before me mu hade na chese so se krum Ghana ne de obi e ko heaven na na dwi me pon adwuma ba na me to ade obi ho na o ma me bi mo ya argument na me so tight no de tuya krachi jai unum de tight ya ma me wo do ya kwala krafi na baby ase I'm saying, tight and idea na ma. And shred ya brain na maintain say. I didn't think the young choir from well a pipi say young one did her year heavy. Young one nyame on the will say or baby pan the bonnet in Kuni ba na ubi win a born pharmacy on the sea no the G other summer enqua. Nyame I say what the 5 Ghana cities who quaid my own what the 10% man and son will be shit out. Sɛ Micah 3:3 fa wayɛ deɛ bra nti saa nsɛm wei nyinaa yɛ economic power tool akwati kɔkɔ ahyehyɛ a wɔde fa nnommum a ogu so de fa nnommum because yɛgu so afidie no usum yɛ na anapa ne no ɔbɔɔyɛ no ano dwodwoe ayɛ sɛ wode artesunate injection ɛtiri de yare malaria yare akɔhyɛ fridge mu na oil base na ɔsan de bɛwɔ obi a slow release nti saa na ayɛyɛ nti hiani no sɛ trɔsɛm na ka sɛ nhyira ne ohiani blessed are the poor who shall inherit the kingdom of God ampa ɔmo no mbɛdi nti saa nneɛma wɔ nyinaa na yɛka to nipa tuntum tirim so ɔno deɛ ɔkɔ heaven ɔkɔdi dan ne awieyɛ nti nipa deɛ wowɔ asase so a obi na bɔɔ no nnwuma mɛmprɛ agyapadeɛ pii nso ɔdan wɔ Trasaco Valley ɛna mo a maka no deɛ modi hia nti sɛ wopɛ sɛ wogye wo ho firi saa nneɛma no mu deɛ a ayi sɛ woba bɛsua adeɛ wogye nneɛma bi ato mu wosua adeɛ because sɛ wohwɛ the end results na ɛbɛkyerɛ sɛ ɛkɔ yie anaasɛ nkɔ yie ɛsɛ sɛ kimpaluta duru hɔ because of results na ɛbɛkyerɛ ɛdeɛ ne ɛkɔsii sɛn also wode ayɛde akɔ Awurade afɔre mu ka n'anim the last 20 years they be all struggle and what to your rent what dan ka or my school fees on to me into as they na robin na koncheche ne kan di obi di kura na etin ena obaakofo ayeyi ena momudi n'echi nti as long as say mudi n'echi na mo ma eti bonko sene de quality knowledge will be making sure say munya because the nipa nim dia na ni tete na ni so tete no no kokora nsa ni bi na yenyu bi yenya ene no yen for friend nkoma o me ha me ho madaje enkopompa na Yesu na hwan na na wa mai sika yentumi nya hwe na omo onum sɛ wama yɛntumi nyɛ hwee na kyerɛ sɛ yɛ society no kwasi kɔkɔɔ deɛ hayɛ no so hayɛ nti religion asan wɔ identity crisis ɛma wo mu ohu unye ohu ni na nipa onye ohu di no bɛda yɛyie wɔ abrabɔ wo bɛda tumpɔn wɔ abrabɔ nipa wo twɛn na wadwen yɛ sɛ ubenya opepe bi sɛ wishes mepe na obi aka mama openye o ma meda na mepe die yo enti saa nneɛma wei nyinaa yɛ nneɛma kyerɛ sɛ wodwen ho awonte ase na ma wopɛ enye ho na me deɛ mepɛ deɛ me wish me deɛ mepɛ sɛ meyɛ na deɛ yɛsi yo na me de mani akoto bibi so a ebema mahunu amane obi na onyomtofo bi na boy yo so saa nyomtofo ene wapo no ho bleach it tells you some information no aye de feed nipa na adwen no enkoyi adwen mu asi nti nipa no obedi yi e wa brabo ma religion de so ofiri ho na nye nipa a ono akeka nipa boma de bi oje offering oje Monday to 6 days in a week 7 days 5 days na wato Rolls Royce na wato car kɛseɛ na wate fie na ɛnnɛ no ɔsan ba bɛka kyerɛ wo sɛ ɔno no san ɛba abɛdidi wo atɛm and wonhu hwee. You don't see nothing wrong with it. Nti sɛ adwene no nyɛ adwuma deɛ a saa nkɔɔfoɔ wei no na ɛtena saa nneɛma wei ase. Poor thinkers, because wɔdwen sɛ Awurade fa no boa wɔnto ne ntam. Nyame nhyira na ɛma onipa ɔdefoɔ brɛ adwuma deɛ mfa bi nka ho. Da bia ɔmo sɛ yɛkɔ heaven. Me deɛ menim heaven ko. Nyame ɔno deɛ ɔbɔ ne ba asɛ nnua mu ansa na ɔde pepa yɛ bɔne ampa. Yɛdeɛ nkyerɛkyerɛ ne ade no nti no saa nneɛma no mendwen ho. Nti sɛ nipa bɛdi yie deɛ a ɛyɛ wo nokorɛka ade a wasua ɛne sɛ wosɔre na wogye wo ho di sɛ woyɛ nipa tuntum ɛna ɛbɛtumi ama wadi yie. Biribi na ɛbɛtumi ama wadi yie ɛwɔ wiase. Yɛsɛ ɔsoro boa deɛ waboa ne ho ne nyinaa yɛ nsɛmhu keka. Sɛ wansɔre amfiri wo damirifa mu na wametie nsɛmmu bi na ate hɔ na bi a wode wosɔre a wotie frɛ ne sɛ kunkum bagye a wotie sports saa nneɛma ɛma nipa ntu mpɔn wɔ abrabom. Wonkan hwee. Deɛ ade a bɛka ne sɛ hwan Newton's law, geography of hwan Netherlands, daily farming Netherlands. Saa abrabɔ no nso ɛmfa osikasɛm ɛnkɔ yie. Ɛma wonnye wo ho nni. Nti bia wode wo ho to fam to bɛdɛ na wakɔ so wɔ abrabom. Nti mefiri sɛ wopɛ sɛ wonya asomdwie na wonya fa ahodie deɛ a na ɛyɛ sɛ woba bɛsua adeɛ. Mɛka akɔ 30th yɛyɛ owurɔ bi ndako yɛ financial seminar sika ho nimdie. Mfiri sɛ yɛmmɔ yɛbusuafoɔ yɛnamfofoɔ amanneɛ ne yɛnkɔnkɔsua adeɛ na yɛdi agorɔ akyɛ yɛnkɔmmɔ no yɛsesa yɛ topic no de biara no yɛka nkɔɔfoɔ ho asɛm yɛtwɛn Nyame yɛsrɛsrɛ adeɛ yɛdi torɔ ɛnsesa yɛ abrabɔ. Nti sɛ wopɛ sɛ ɔsesa wo sikasɛm deɛ a sɛ woba bɛsua nneɛma wei bi no ɛna ɛsesa wo abrabɔ na hu no sɛ ewiase no sɛ wopɛ sɛ wodi yie a ɛyɛ nimdeɛ. Wadwen ne wo wiase nea wote wɔ asom no ɛna ade bɔ bra. Sɛ nimdeɛ ne wɔ fam a ɛnyɛ wɔ soro boa deɛ waboa no wankɔ ankɔsua adeɛ na woyɛ na ɛnkɔ favor bi ani baabi a abrabɔ no you are in charge of your life. Na wohwɛ baabi a nipa dodoɔ na asu ha Nyame a ɛhɔ na hia wɔ because wɔnni nimdeɛ. Nti brana yɛn nyinaa me nimdeɛ wɔ fam. Nti mekɔ na makɔtie bi sibia mɛsesa mabrabɔ sibia yɛmfa me ɛnyɛ hanam kwasi kɔkɔ mfa me nyɛ hanam ma me se na menkɔ previs ho anaasɛ menyɛ sɛ kwasi kɔkɔ kurom pɛ na mekɔ a metimi ayɛ yie. Na santansa ne ntontonsansan no entity mfiri m'ani so na mengye me ho ndi sɛ yiedie wɔ me kurom ase baabi nipa ho me bia yiedie wɔ hɔ na nya brukyire pɛ na maka nsɛmpa fa me man ho. Nti me de ma no besia on the 30th no yɛtwɛn mo odi sika na ɛwie odi twa my bet odi bi to data ukita iPhone 12,000 3,000 Samsung 11 Techno so la na usu sika ho no brana betie bra so sɛ so koti why fasting abompa saa nneɛma ne nyina yɛ nsɛmhu ɛyɛ mbi ɛmompa bet abrabɔ no kɔ yɛ didi de bia yɛtimi live a certain lifestyle yɛ onkɔfo a yɛtwuo moka mpa bɔ ne yɛ mobi yɛnyɛ fasting ne bi. Nti bisa ho sɛ wo na wo so wakɔ fasting na wo do ani to sɛ Nyame mmerɛ ne mmere pa no adịntị na wabra abụọ nsịsị kyerɛ sɛ nimdeɛ bi wɔ hɔ a wonim yɛde ahintaw ɛna owurɔ ɔbɛn da akɔ sɛ ɔmfa nsi ɔno nko a ntena so ɔnyɛ pɛsɛ mu nkonya wɔkyɛ ti bra bɛkyɛ bi because wote sɛ mpaebɔ bi kɔ so wɔ baabi a bɛyɛ akwankyerɛ nka abɛkɔ ti bra so wura bɛde ma no bɛsi a mɛda ase pii na obi nso abɛrɛ
sharp Kwame yɛda ase nti abusafo yɛda obi ase sɛ mutumi yɛ amrɛ na mo join yɛ nti 30th yɛyɛ seminar online seminar money laws to our person joining on with my friend number is 024-6631-874 024-6631-874 200 cities with me to Momo na was send in WhatsApp so what you na person come sponsor will be so no joining and it'll be us. Thank you very much. Kwame Edawasi yeah also having ba ebusa famu joining